Thank you. Thank you very much. So, the program, we are going to move forward.
Sending me presentations now. No, me. I want to do. They should talk to the person. They should talk to the guys. Not me. I'm not the one handling that. This is my major work. Yeah. He said, I'm not the one. It's not my end. No. I just had everything. Okay. But he was working on that. Waiting for this message profile. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please, we want to invite some important guests and dignitaries of why this is here. And everybody is important, everybody is important, at least a lot of people to handle the program as proceed. So on that note,
I want to even do that. It's only this thing.
Welcome the person that made me to move fast here in my practice in this Lagos state. I respect him so much. Though I don't like opening those things so much because it shortens my height. And no other person than the moderator of this event. Help me to welcome to the podium Dr. Raymond Abiodi Kuti. Thank you. So he is the moderator of the final session, please, and we can understand his sound, his solid, very solid knowledge. So I'm going to let you. Help me to welcome to the seat, to the highest of the national chairman of Hcpan, Dr. Michael Austin, to the President. Yes. Lagos is the place to for we to have national president. We are due to come from Abuja. You are welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you very much. That is a man I love so much. Number one, I pray to get to level in age. I will pray to get to level in academic worship and word. And above all, in strength and stamina. I want every time the function the man is not interested as far as Hcpan is concerned, as far as health practice is concerned. And when I look at his face and respect him, I said, God, you are going to celebrate this man. And it's possible to get 100 years. Above 100 years. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. He's no other personality than Dr. Kuma Santa. Please love him. Please love him. But when you were 30 or 40 years, I don't know how you were doing that. These are these things are so strong. One great sir. Thank you for having our voice. There is one person, but what I see, and what the way she walks, the way she does things. I said, we have to have my brother. I said, no. Let me know it from the attention. We are trying to use an adjective to find her. She's so eloquent, she's so determined, she's so scholastic. She's involved. And the one other person that comes this is Leonard Jose, the chairman of the school. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, the program is moving, and at the same time, it will also. So I'm trying to do some with all that I did for me to do today. So having said that, I'm going to hand this Hcpan to the chairman for the opening master. Thank you. Okay. So, okay, before you do that, let how we focus. And after you go, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leo.
I have it. I don't know why all of them. I don't know why the thing deleted. I already opened all of them. Should we bring the podium down there?
The chairman of the institution, Dr. Mansanda,
I'm coming.
the national president, past president, past president, I believe some of you know, Dr. Lani, and also president of the GB who I believe is past chairman of Lagos City and two of Dr. Motola, Dr. Tunji, and maybe Peter, David, Dr. Emmanuel Zampa, the General Manager of Lagos State Management Agency, ably represented by Dr. Hcpan. Mr. Tanya, the General Manager of National Health Insurance Authority, NHIE, Lagos Group, ably represented by Aisha Arino. Ms. Amanda Williams of Sarah Consulting, she's actually based in Kenya, but we have an office here. And basically, to represent her is Mr. Emeka Okoji, the Chief Operating Officer of Sarah Consulting, physically. But online, we bring her fish because she happens to be on transit and she might not be able to tune in as well. So she will be giving us the lecture. Chairman of RPA's professional please, I don't know if I will mention or but I do recognize you because you are the pillar behind the association. Fellow healthcare provider, gentlemen and ladies of the press, ladies and gentlemen.
You can get this alone.
You welcome and the Chairman of the Provider Association of Nigeria, Lagos chapter, and the media meeting to capacity building being held today at Hcpan Alaska Nature. It's such a great pleasure to welcome all our distinguished guests, members, media men, sponsors, and participants to this August occasion of the first physical general meeting to Midyear and capacity building program for basically Midyear program. Today, very important, and we are gradually going back to the format of association with respect to science and capacity development program. I want to quickly repeat that for 3 weeks ago, we hosted a webinar where we engaged because this another was just 2 weeks ago, where we engaged management of National Health Insurance Authority, NHIA, to take us to the purpose was to lay the foundation for this mid-year capacity building. Why capacity building? Firstly, we have a new legislation on the tax of health insurance in Nigeria. Secondly, one major change is the new NHI tax 2023, 2022. If the mandatory clause for all Nigerians. Thirdly, the role of healthcare provider has spelled out in the new NHI Act. All these put together warranted having the capacity building. Based on the foregoing, we as providers need to have correct information and be ready to update our knowledge based on health insurance. Hence, today's focus and topic. Let me quickly present here some viewpoints and the providers association vote. One, the goal of the matter is coverage. The way of health insurance and the financing option is feasible if well coordinated. Health facility classification. Healthcare service they are not to a strict idea, no stratification as family, secondary, or tertiary healthcare facility. The basic healthcare provision should be done by family care providers, which provide public private primary healthcare centers and individual independent standalone spread
Hello, can someone unmute the microphone, please?
Thank you very much. But it's very important. Inclusiveness and the knowledge, you know, very key, very key. And nobody should be left behind. I want to tell you that there is always a chance for a when somebody for power is very given. But when the husband is open and the wife is open and children are happy, you will see everybody going. So this is like the beauty of the Lord. And nobody should be left behind. As she said, that's the word. So we need to come together. We need to be on that umbrella. If you are out of umbrella, I'm telling you, heavy rain to get to the school. You have to come in. And you are not in, you are totally outside. I keep on saying this. The hour has come. You know the wisdom of waiting. And I'm not so happy here. That let me just go out my heart. Because I expect this war to be people. This is big capacity. Look at what is empty. Where are our bodies? What is happening? And the era of thinking you want to collect 1,000, 3,000, 4,000, the era is already gone. In the 2 years, you will be in your facility to start smoking smoke. You know the time. The hour has come when you come and be counted. The hour has come when you come and be inside from outside. This was supposed to be clear about the love of this man. Because what we're doing today is big event. And it's no more than this idea. Oh, it's not an act. It's an act. I just make you do it. Get wrong. That shall come that everybody on the street can be sick and the one who is the life. Could I get you one? And you know, counted, you know, this that, you know, the facility is right. Now you are in trouble. What can we do? So people that are here, I thank you so much for your presence. And I pray that when we get back, please, from this one, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of Hcpan, for wonderful speech.
I want to call stage so that I can go back. So if you have more, I have to encourage you to work hard. Okay. Dr. Sandra is a qualified licensed medical practitioner who is locally and internationally recognized. He's a medical practitioner with over 4 years of post-qualification on civil wealth of experience in internal medicine, cardiology, geriatric medicine, family health, and insurance matters. He has positively impacted humanity through medical practice and membership of so many social clubs that emancipate the poor. He was the founding member of Resident Doctors Association in Youth in the early 80s and represented Youth Resident Doctors Association in the Housing Committee of the hospital. He was elected Financial Secretary of Lagos State Nigerian Medical Association in 1984 with Colonel Dr. Pereira as chairman. He was a front runner in the improvement of medical profession as he achieved increase in call duty allowances for doctors as far as in the 1980s. Eventually into private practice in the late 80s and has been an active member of Hcpan since 1989. He single-handedly developed the Lagos Island Zone Association. And for many years functioned as the sole financier of the zone. And locally House of Assembly during the public hearing of the health insurance law. Activities of NHI, HMO, and healthcare providers since the inception as part of efforts to evaluate compliance to the provision of NHI Act and unravel reasons for alleged poor quality of services to employees. He has received several awards and honors like the Distinguished Medical Practitioner of Nigeria, which was conferred by Association of General and Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria, Hcpan 2008 Lokoja, Kogi State. He received the Fellowship Award conferred by the Association of General and Private Medical Practitioners of Nigeria in 2008. He received the Honorary Award by Enokio Ekoma for Community Service. He received the Award of Excellence by Alloy Community. He has also received the award of outstanding contribution to humanitarian services by Heart of Gold Children Hospital. He has received the award of Association of Nigeria Private Medical Practitioners in 2021. He is so passionate about helping with children. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professional, I present to you the chairman of the Association of Midyear for Hcpan leadership after Dr.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think good morning, everybody. Let me stand on the existing protocol established by the chairman of Hcpan. I'm ready to chair this great position today in the mega city of Lagos. Lagos is all of Nigeria's great center of wealth and security. Lord of that. Anything of one because for people that work on the grass, so many years of the capital of Nigeria and in Europe, to do that. Hcpan is the backbone of national healthcare organization. In fact,
So
Hcpan and many other
first, let me check which one of them it is.
going back to the history, in 1999, when majority of hospitals
And the problem now is I don't know which one is Lashma. This is Aspire. I projected this. There's nothing. Because what she said I should project was what she wants to project was this picture.
And then there's been a few times, few minutes to stop running. Going back to the when the created the trial, which established the need to provide, which established the end there was a need to provide for providers to come together under a common representation. The application was formed, the compliant that
Once you call this level place,
certain health with particular reference to part 1, section 2, subsection 2C and 2B, enumerating the role and place of providers in the country. So we have to come together.
what is the address? Where's the address?
Hello, Joy, are you there?
Yes,
Oh, we lost them, eh?
I'm here.
Okay.
James.
The application was registered in 2006 and gradually spread to all other states, but it started from Lagos. And Lagos is the backbone of Hcpan. The first national invitation from the association came through late Professor from the event in Abuja in July 2005, when Hcpan was represented by the registration managers, stakeholder meeting members. We are still working with members of that's the short list of those part. There is more I can and that's more than that. But as I told you before, these are the movements of position. Is it another professionals here together? There must be more professionals. The chairman has said so many things about that. There is power in unity. If we don't unite as one person, we cannot achieve what we are aiming at. And one thing we should know is that all of our health professionals, we have one thing in common. We want to see the centerpiece of our main work is the patient. And when we say the patient, we are looking at an healthy nation. As a nurse, we want to look after the patient. As a doctor, we want to see the patient. As a laboratory scientist, we want to see test for patient. As so the centerpiece is the patient. And that patient will look at that patient, and because of that patient, we must be united as one body. I know we have a problem, right? But here we are professionals and we should give us. Health insurance, I thank God for seeing us through the difficult and great. It's very difficult to go. I want to tell you that health insurance in this country, we still have a long way to go. We are all in it, and one day we will get it right. It took Germany and many years to get it right. Britain is still at it. USA are not going to get it right. Obama started one program, and the next president rubbish it. The new president started it. So health insurance is a very difficult. We get it right, and we get it.
I'm coming. You can't hear. It's not my.
Our own journey of implementation has just started.
It's not me.
As a nation.
If you call your this is the person. Oh, you come and go, you know.
Among the different problems is what is the cost of health in Nigeria, and that is the thing of today, which is the actual people deal with the problem. We debated this many times. When I was the president of Hcpan, there were a lot of meetings on natural. We could not get it right. We are still working on it, and we still want to progress. If we get it right, how much will it take us to choose the patient? How much is the health cost of the cost now? 10%, 7%, so is it right? It is not only we, the former sector is important about what is the cost of health. The same problem that states are facing, especially in Russia, is the same problem being faced in the State, in Oyo State, and in their strategy that started their health insurance. Maybe today, experts will teach us the way forward. But I must tell you, health insurance is the future of health care in this country. Just as the chairman has said, we must establish a workable, affordable health insurance that will be inclusive, affordable, and lucrative to all healthcare providers, just as yourself. We will keep on talking and working to get it right. Somebody said that the platform and we'll be talking. What have we achieved? We've achieved a lot. And we keep on talking. Without talking, we will not be able to solve the problems facing everyone. So telling us that these are very good, workshops are very good. We keep on, problems come up, we find ways to solve them. I could remember the application of 500 clients.
The name is how much
you are able to raise. But it's still nothing. We are not yet here. It is not a security. Apart from pressing over not affecting the other. And by sending out we come together and talk, we present the work and we see the and now here we can learn law, here we can talk. We are free to talk, we are free to hear. So we must keep on talking. I have got the Hcpan is kudos to the last national lecture in my brother, Dr. in putting Lagos on this platform. I must say that for our Abiyama Rosi, you and your team are doing a very good work. I want you to keep it up and please don't worry yet. For Lagos State Health Insurance, as I was talking, a lot needs to be done. Majority of providers, including myself, to provide and not necessarily here. It is, I must say, I took part in making the law, I took part in state of the law, I took part in the implementation. And the implementation is part of all our proposals. None was politically, I must say that. Right? And I think Lagos State is a mega city with population of 30 million. Right? I must say that we health providers are the best market of the area. And to me, we are the best market. I say that because when the patient comes to you and you ask me that I'm hearing that there's a program here, doctor, is it very good for me? And actually, if you require that patient, definitely your market is better. Once you can, they have confidence that the doctors can say it's a very good program and sure it is. But we are not saying it that way. It is a program that is linked lot of political issues. We need a program that will be robust, that will carry all the care providers along. The government cannot pay you. How many hospitals is there? How many primary care is there? And who those providing care more for the group? We think to perform the set of healthcare providers and done by the public sector, by the private sector, not the public sector. And the program is public and private sector. And this is this program. It's a strategy for the program. And improving on it, we will not just stay at the managerial level. We must move higher to the political level. We must engage the companies. If possible, this association and mandated that we can have a meeting with the government on this particular. We can schedule through the Ministry of Health, which you what can do a lot of things from. Really, what is not what we in the informal sector what we do. Right? So some of us are there, and then some are still doing fellow providers. I will appeal to you, please don't be that. Like the raw area we are passing. Our journey, destiny, and destination has started well and should be sustained by all as least. To my mind, is the most important solution to our healthcare challenges. And also our match to be among the community of health and regulation of the work and sincerely thank you.
I was hoping that the approach would be better because we have a lot of address. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you more. He is just 4 hours. Let's for the very well done job. I'll straight away appreciate some of the present here. We have the chairman of Hcpan, Dr. Leke Oshuni, who is also one of the panel of respondents. He's here. Okay, so that's representing the TSS, the chairman, we have Francis Chico, we have a Hcpan president here, Dr. Mrs. Nike Olaniba. Let's do a together. Dr. Olaniba is president of our association. Please put our hands together for me. Okay, thank you. We have also another brother of the village Oshuni from a different father and a different mother. It's Abiola Oshuni, one of the finalists as well. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Alika Okoji, Deputy Director, Head of Business, Zamar Consulting, is here with us as well. Let's celebrate him. Representing NHIE, we have Madam Aisha Abubakar Haruna. Let's do an answer for her. Also here we have Madam Kate and Bernardo. Let's put our hands together as well. Representing Lashma, we have Dr. Pete Ijimabu. Did I get that? Let's put our hands together for her. Okay, I don't want to go on. I would not want to go straight away to have the keynote address. I don't want to have the keynote address. They will be joining us online on Zoom so that our group will stay as attentive as possible. Unfortunately, we do not have the Samantha way of here with us because she's unavoidably absent. She's in transit as we speak. But we've gotten someone equally as capable. We have Mr. J. Coffee. Please listen attentively as we take his citation and then go ahead and take the lecture. Please let's go on to the moment.
Of the Institute and Faculty. Jenny is a fellow of the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries United Kingdom, the Nigerian Actuarial Society, and is a counseling member of the Actuarial Society of Kenya. He leads the actuarial consulting practice at the Mara Group and has provided actuarial advice to a range of insurance companies, national healthcare insurers, regulators, and industry associations across Africa. Mr. J has extensive experience in process innovation, strategy, risk management, and benefits incentive design, having led the actual function of a leading African insurance group. He is also Having regulatory experience, having worked with the Insurance Regulatory Authority in Kenya, and was part of a team that developed the risk-based capital and supervision guidelines. Jay is also a certified public accountant in Kenya and has finance and assurance experience, having worked for the PwC Nairobi office. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professionals, I present to you the keynote address speaker for Hcpan Lagos State Chapter 2023 Midyear Meeting and Capacity Building, Mr. J. Cosday.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. I hope you can see me and you can hear my voice. Just to confirm from the team at the venue.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, and thanks again for Hcpan for inviting me to this conference. Again, I'm representing the wider Zamara group in this presentation. My colleague Samantha, who leads our healthcare consulting team, could not make it because she's currently traveling, but I should be able to present this morning. I'm actually the head of the actuarial consulting team at Zamara, primarily based in Nairobi, but at the moment I am in Accra, Ghana, for a separate engagement. So I'm going to project my screen to share my presentation. You'll confirm that, okay, I can see the host has disabled screen sharing. Maybe can you confirm that you can give me the rights to share my screen, please?
Yes, please, you can. Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
Sure. Yes. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm going to take the next 15-20 minutes or so to just take you through the actual perspective with regards to operationalizing universal healthcare. And in this particular context, we'll focus on, of course, in Nigeria, you've had the NHI Act being implemented very recently, or being enacted, and it's currently being in the process of being operationalized. At Zamara, we've had the privilege of supporting quite a number of governments, national health insurance agencies in terms of implementing universal healthcare coverage. And maybe as part of my presentation, I'll just start with a brief outline of Zamara and what we do within the healthcare space. I'll then delve into the matters that specifically speak to operationalization of universal healthcare and the actuarial perspective of the same, including what healthcare providers should be cognizant of, particularly in the with regards to the thought process that we usually take into account. Insurance providers, the social health insurance providers, how these benefits are then purchased from healthcare providers. Briefly, I'll just introduce Zamara. Zamara, as I mentioned earlier, we're headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, but we primarily work across Africa. In fact, we're one of the largest actuarial consultancy firms in Africa. We also have an office in Lagos. As mentioned earlier, I'm also a fellow of the Nigerian Actuarial Society. We've done work across Africa as well on the healthcare space. We've consulted or supported quite a number of national health insurers in Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, Rwanda, and in West Africa, of course, we have helped the Sierra Leonean government to set up their social health insurance. And our focus really with regards to social health insurance and within the wider health insurance space is to broadly ensure that the schemes that are set up are sustainable from a financing perspective. We offer a lot of support in terms of reviewing the benefits packages that have been developed or designed as part of the acts. We've supported in terms of costing of these benefits packages, and we've also helped in terms of doing the regular actuarial reviews to ensure the sustainability of these schemes. In addition to that, we've also helped a number of established and fully fledged health insurance schemes to sort of monitor how they are performing, and this role speaks to the data analytics and the pricing reviews that needs to be made on a regular basis to ensure that the offerings or the benefits that are being provided are sustainable. And even we've also supported a number of healthcare providers in terms of, just looking through the data that they have and how they can sort of package the benefits that they have as part of the wider social health insurance ecosystem. And I think as I go through my presentation, you'll be able to see how this has come through. So I'll go into the crux of my presentation and starting with focusing on, from a universal healthcare perspective, how we would go about, putting everything in place, and starting, of course, with defining the why. As you may appreciate, and also within the context of NHIA, universal healthcare has a lot of broader considerations, just even beyond the insurance space, within even beyond the healthcare space. Of course, it's a very emotive area, as you may have seen. A lot of countries are currently putting in place the universal healthcare agenda. It's a big agenda item for most of, governments or political parties that are coming into power, which then means that to a broad extent, the discussion around universal healthcare is a lot more political as it is technical, yeah? And the requirements and the aspirations of governments are very broad around this area. Of course, overall, they want to ensure that the nation's health is safeguarded, as of course, health is wealth. They want to have universal healthcare being part of this wider social safety net that is available to the public, which sort of means then, subsidizing the vulnerable, and sort of this brings into place the principal maxims of insurance, yeah, and social healthcare insurance in this case, which sort of speaks to, the rich subsidizing for the poor, the younger people subsidizing for the elder people, the healthy people subsidizing, for the less healthy people, and that's also a key aspect as we go into putting in place proper packages from a social health perspective. Of course, there's a lot of peer pressure as well, looking at what other jurisdictions, other countries are doing. And the key part, of course, for any government or for any social health insurance provider is really around balancing the budget. In fact, it's one of the key considerations because, of course, as you have seen in many countries the world over, as universal healthcare is being rolled out, you tend to see, especially as social health insurance programs are being set up, there's usually questions around sustainability and solvency of such schemes. When going about setting up a social health insurance program, a key part of the ecosystem is the providers and the provider framework that is sort of existing within the country. And I believe this is one of the other key considerations that NHIA have also had in place when setting up the national health insurance framework in Nigeria as well. So the providers of healthcare in any country are critical in terms of the success of universal healthcare. And when setting up the financing components of social health insurance, how the provider network is set up, how the providers are set up is very key in terms of informing how to, for example, the availability of the various healthcare offerings in the markets, how to package those benefits and how to purchase them from the providers. And typically, we usually sort of look at and compare, for example, the levels of healthcare providers that are there, starting from sort of the primary healthcare all the way to the sort of the tertiary providers, how they have organized themselves, whether most of them are public and private, because that will also inform the model in which you go about setting up setting out the benefits and how to purchase the same. To a large extent, you tend to see a lot of faith-based facilities, which also rely a lot on goodwill or funding from other sources. And the intention is, how does social health insurance plug into that? The importance of community-based providers cannot be underrated, especially with regards to primary healthcare. But what is also very important as the social health care insurance is set up is how much power, that do the providers have in this case, because it becomes also very important in terms of ensuring the overall sustainability of the financing models that are set up. In many countries, you've seen providers not, provider networks being non-existent, being mostly government entities, which then means the approach that is to be taken there is very different from other countries.
Hello, sir. Please share your screen.
Sorry, can you see my screen? It's showing on my. Just to confirm, Peter, can you see my screen?
No, it's still on the first page.
Okay, let me stop and reshare. Can you see it now? Maybe for Busola and team, you can probably project from your side as well in case.
Okay.
Yeah, because if it's not showing from this end. I'm on slide 8, sort of which is defining the ecosystem and the provider framework. Maybe as you do that, I'll also speak to the other item around defining the ecosystem. Which is speaking to the classification of the people, or the people who will be covered as part of the social health insurance schemes. Of course, one of the key considerations that we take into account is, of course, the structure of the population, whether they are formal or informal, how to considerations around public vis-a-vis private entities and employees within the system. We also have to take account of who will be contributing and who will not be contributing. Of course, noting that to a large extent, a lot of the reliance may be on the formal sector initially, but then with a broad aim of increasing or incorporating the informal sector. And then, of course, last but not least, is formalizing that informal sector, maybe relying on organized groups within the informal sector to sort of then bring them in as part of the wider social health insurance network. So I just want to confirm, do you have the screen showing now?
Can you see my screen?
From your end?
Okay. Can you see my screen? Show where you are. Okay. Okay, please. What page are you on?
I've just finished slide number 8, so you can go to slide 8.
Slide 8. Is this the page? I need to confirm it. Slide 8. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Are the slides up?
was not moving. It was not moving. It wasn't moving. Can you go ahead?
Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead. Slide 9, whenever that is up. I'll then focus on the considerations that we take into account when deciding what to purchase. Yeah, which is slide 10. So one of the key aspects, of course, of social health insurance is ultimately you want the population to pay for the health coverage, yeah? And then therefore you want to ensure that they see the benefits that they're purchasing to be of value to them. And from such a perspective, that means that when designing and costing the benefits package, it will have to speak to their key pain points, yeah? To a large extent, the broad objective of universal healthcare is to reduce out-of-pocket expenditure. It then means that as part of that analysis, it's usually useful to do an analysis of healthcare expenditure and sort of where that expenditure is going towards, especially from an out-of-pocket expenditure, because that's the only way that you're going to see the value. By reducing the burden on the population when purchasing, when spending for healthcare, that's the only way in which you'll be able to build sufficient goodwill from the population to be able to contribute and make a regular payments for universal healthcare coverage. So that's one of the key aspects that we typically have to look at there. Of course, in addition to that, we also have to assess the ecosystem. As I mentioned earlier, how is the infrastructure in place from a healthcare provider perspective? You know, to what extent is technology available to make it easier to deliver, you know, healthcare services to the masses? Because, you know, that ensures that, you know, healthcare services can be delivered in a lot more of a cost-efficient way. Yeah, and this is why we sort of speak to leveraging on, for example, insurtech, yeah, leveraging on telemedicine or telehealth to be able to offer the same. Ultimately, of course, we have to look at the viability of the funding of the benefits that we come up with. And broadly, with these three objectives, we're able to come up with what are the best benefits package that can be offered to the masses in such a way that they'll be able to buy into the same, and they'll be able to enjoy and see the benefits of that coverage. In addition to that, of course, you have to look at, and this slide number 11, we have to look at, as I mentioned earlier, the key objective is to reduce out-of-pocket spending, yeah? But then we're already aware that there are already other vertical programs that exist within the ecosystem. And these are typically funded by, for example, donor programs such as TB, you know, HIV and AIDS, you know, maternity-based programs. We want to see how those fit in within that universal healthcare ecosystem in such a way that ensures that we then cover what is not covered by those vertical programs. Also, to a large extent, we also to ensure that preventative healthcare programs are then put into place to ensure that the overall cost of delivering healthcare to the market is cost effective. As you start out with universal healthcare, you of course you'll be starting small, but increasing benefits over time. Yeah. So the most important thing to consider as you start out is to ensure that the benefits package that you set out, that minimum benefits package, is one that the population find to be very useful. Then, as you have efficiencies as part of the process, you're then able to incrementally increase the number of, you know, procedures, for example, or the benefits that you'll be offering to the population over time. Just confirm that you can see my screen now. You can see the presentation. I'm on slide number 12.
Okay, so we couldn't hear you well.
What I can do is I can try projecting from my side again and pause my video.
Okay, please go ahead.
Apologies for that technical hitch. I'll pause my video so that Okay, are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, so I think I just spoke about the consideration in terms of what to purchase, and really I've covered the key objectives around driving down out-of-pocket expenditure, leveraging on any vertical programs that are existing, incorporating preventative healthcare alongside curative healthcare, ensuring that over time you're able to increase the benefits that you provide to the population. Of course, initially you may want to, as you start out with minimal funding, you will probably start with a minimum benefits package, but that minimum benefits package has to be valuable to the population. The private sector and private sector insurance will still come in to cover any gaps that are available in the short term, but ultimately, as you increase your benefits, they'll still play a complementary role as part of that. And then, of course, broadly as part of the Sustainable Development Goals and the ILO Convention around social security, social security, there are minimum standards that are usually taken into account when coming up with these benefits packages. Now, from an actuarial perspective, when we go about coming up, once a benefits package has been determined, we go through a process to cost that package or to price it. And this slide pretty much captures the approach. So as you may appreciate, the approach is really data heavy. And a lot of the data that we rely on as actuaries actually originates from the healthcare providers. Yeah. So a lot of that information comes through to then determine, first of all, the benefits to offer, but then how to go about costing those benefits, and ultimately how to go about purchasing those benefits. So from a data perspective, a lot of reliance is usually placed on national healthcare data, national healthcare expenditure data, but also provider data in terms of, for example, and insurance. Let me say, from an insurance perspective, number of visits, the type of visits to providers, whether these are outpatient or these are inpatient, the frequency of the same, and also the severity of those visits. So we usually rely a lot from providers in terms of deriving the price or the costing for the benefits that we come up with. A key part of it, of course, is to look at the key cost drivers for the same and the trends as well over time. Yeah. And then once we do that, is then focus on the sustainability of the same, which really speaks to the profitability of the schemes that we come up with. So ensure that there's broad these programs are sustainable in the long term. We have to take account of wellness interventions that can be put in place to mitigate or to minimize, reduce the risk of, illness and the severity of the same. Yeah. So we usually also take into account a lot of the programs, wellness programs that are sort of put in place, chronic disease management programs that can be put in place to manage the interventions, especially around chronic diseases. But ultimately, the eventual solution that is sustainable and one that is,
Hello?
productive. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me?
This one is Andrew. Hello, sir.
Yes, can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay. Can you hear me?
Recording in progress.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. So ultimately, the solution that we come up with has to be sustainable from a funding perspective, but it also has to be affordable to the people who are going to pay for it. It has to be accessible.
In 5 minutes.
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Please check your chat.
Okay, let me check. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll cover my presentations in the next 5 minutes. So one of the when we designing these health insurance packages, we have to take account of the stakeholders that are part of the process. Of course, we have the payer of which is largely the social health insurance provider or the insurance companies. The providers are a key part of the ecosystem, as well as the insureds. Yeah. So whatever pricing that we typically have to come up with has to make sense for each of these stakeholders. Yeah. But then we also have to take account of what sort of infrastructure do the stakeholders have in place. So the insurance company, the social health insurer, and the providers as well, because that will also inform the level of interaction between the social health insurer and the providers, as well as the interaction between the providers and the insurers themselves. Yeah. So it's usually a key component, and ultimately for any pricing exercise of any pricing approach, it has to be a coordinated effort and exercise across all the three stakeholders. And mostly the providers are key parts of any benefits design, benefits pricing, and any strategic purchasing discussion. Moving to the next slide. Broadly, what you aim to achieve, any social health insurer for their sustainability, they typically aim to pay out roughly 85% of their income or their premiums in the form of claims, yeah, or in the form of benefits, yeah, and of course keep back around 10% to cover for their expenses and around 5% to cover for their surpluses, yeah. And broadly, from a pricing perspective, that's the perspective that social health insurers typically take from a funding perspective. Now, I'll briefly cover the purchasing discussions, and I think this will be very useful to you as providers. And the broad options that are available for social health insurers are usually, the ones that I've listed in this slide. You have, of course, the most common provider payment mechanism is the fee for service, yeah, and it remains sort of the traditional approach that is sort of available in terms of doing provider payments, and as the provider payment mechanism evolves or matures, then you sort of move to other more sophisticated provider payment mechanisms, such as case-based payments and capitation. I'll cover those last. Co-pays will continue or typically remain as a payment mechanism, especially to ensure that there's risk sharing as well with the insureds. Daily rebates are a simple way in which payments are made. They may not fully cover the needs of the people who are being insured, because to a large extent, there's still a big level of out-of-pocket expenditure that will still have to be met by the insured. So you tend to see a lot of the social health insurers starting out from the fee-for-service, but eventually ending up with case-based payments, especially for inpatient care, and capitation for outpatient care. But there's usually a lot of considerations to make before social health insurers end up in either case-based payments or capitation payments. And the most important considerations in this case is one, the level of expertise that is there from the provider side as well, the level of data that is existing to enable this to be accurately and efficiently costed, and the services that are ultimately available, yeah, from the service providers that are part of that ecosystem. So as you may appreciate, and from a capitation perspective, I think, which is the area that I'm going to focus on next as I complete my my presentation, we've seen a lot of social health insurance providers move towards capitation, especially for your low, high frequency, low severity type of of benefits, such as outpatient. Broadly, in terms of the pros for capitation, you tend to see that there's usually more alignment between the payer of the insurance service and the provider of the insurance service, which sort of speaks to the alignment of economic interests. It gives the providers a lot more power with regards to how to go about meeting the quality of care for the people who are insured, and this, for example, will encourage the use of preventative care alongside curative care. And, it enables the provider to build that relationship with the patient, yeah? But then again, there are challenges that typically come with this, yeah? But especially when starting out. From a provider perspective, of course, it then means a lot of the risks are then transferred to the providers, to the healthcare providers, which then means as a healthcare provider, you need to be fully aware of your, of the key drivers of your of the services that you provide, yeah. Because it also be very important because as you go about managing the cost of care based on the capitation amounts that you've received, it's a key component. The other thing to also consider as well is the critical mass. You need a critical mass, and for this to make sense to the provider, you'll require that statistical averaging, because ultimately you have to work with the law of large numbers from a provider perspective. From a provider perspective, you need to ensure that you have your data in place, yeah, and your systems, your technology to support the same, because it also becomes very critical in terms of assessing, for example, the cost of providing that care vis-a-vis how much you're getting as the capitated amounts from the insurer. But last but not least, we typically see this model being a lot more useful where the providers themselves are vertically integrated, yeah, where they're providing a lot more services in-house. So they can provide, the outpatient facilities in-house. They have the diagnostic machines, including even the dispensing dispensing of the drugs through pharmacies, even ambulances and the same. So that in such a way they sort of own that value chain, that healthcare value chain, in such a way that they're able to dictate not only the quality, but also the cost of providing the healthcare under this model. So, but it's one that we've seen increasingly as part of universal healthcare, that a lot of health insurance agencies are pivoting towards in the long term. So, in conclusion, and sort of this really just captures the aspirations for many health insurers as part of universal healthcare. There are a lot of moving parts, yeah, and the healthcare providers play a critical role as part of to ensure the success of universal healthcare. And as you'll see in this last slide, ultimately, there are a lot of balancing items that you have to balance to ensure the sustainability of universal healthcare offerings. And the healthcare providers play a critical role in there. Of course, an enabling environment from a regulatory and policy perspective is important, and you've seen a lot of progress from the NHIA side to have this in place. But broadly and across all the various players as part of this healthcare financing value chain, it's very important that we have the necessary technology, systems, and processes to be able to manage the members, to be able to manage the processes and the providers, the cost of care, but also broadly as part of that whole ecosystem, the specialists who come in, for example, like us as actuaries, to ensure that all considerations have been taken into account because there's a lot of balancing. There are a lot of considerations to be considered as part of as part of the implementation of universal healthcare. So allow me to stop here, and apologies again for the technical features that we've had here. And maybe I'll hand it back to you for any questions. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Finalize on the presentation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that the man did a very good job, but the challenge is network. He had necessary messages to me when he so interested in the list. So please can we give us our applause for him? Thank so much in Uganda, in the person of today. We thank you so much and we appreciate what you have done. And someone may ask, what have we learned from these 20 or 30 minutes? Please permit me to invite a very important person from that country that will come and use maybe 5 to 6 minutes to do justice in terms of summary of what he presented to us. And it's no other person than Mr. Emeka Okochi. He is our place and he is the director of the Please stand for us. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then we have here, we have he was the each together. They are not they are very important, they're very important. Whoever fortunately, they still have a lot of work to do. And I'm actually trying to listen to Dr. Sandra, and they are saying they have actually achieved 500 to 750 for presentation. And basically, that's true. Actually, I'm going to really I think it's like 3 years of years to achieve. I mean, it's very very important. So I want to say, I will see how to share the summary to make people and what they are talking about, and I tend to say too, I'm going to share some secrets with them of how better to do. I'm trying to share. I hope they are not I think if you can explain that what you try to explain what guidelines about basically feelings or what we like. Some of these investments can be done to provide facilities for them. And the providers the marketing facility so that big money. So as soon as the organization where we can still go for that side. So for them to be short here. So what we try to do here is like after the share, we are going to share the education continue to not stop to be able to share. It's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. I think people are right now.
Yeah, she was saying
you know, but it's already activity of it's very one thing that goes in my head that the 5 was time. 1, 2, 3 for the presentation. That's what I don't put in my head. Insurance company, insured, and providers. If you remove anything of them, you will not pass. So, all of thank you very, very much. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to match the following people. One, Chief of our state level, former 2-time president of the session of you see, thank you very much. Another person is the yoga committees are there already. Daniel, former Lagos. It's here. Thank you very much for questions. We want to recognize Dr. Anthony, our past chairman, Hcpan Lagos, and the past president of FNPWP. See you over there. Go. The handsome man. Thank you. And at the same time, the person of this year is Dr. James Adeshowa, national president. Wow. Wow. I think I'm you. Welcome, sir. I think this level stage, you are blessed. Are we not blessed? You are blessed. National. Wow. I'm national president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You know, Lagos. So we thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Remy Leko Udojaye is the chairman NSP and Society for Photography. Is he there? She. Oh, wow. welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Chief Ayo Mojalade, Financial Director, CAN. Sarah, please welcome. Thank you very much. Merit award winner, Chairman, Recipe Director. Still here? Not available? Okay. The masquerade, the big one. I have to drink water before I come to sleep. Because Doctor, whatever Jimmy, the president, national, Hcpan. Welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that at our age, when we sit down too long for 24 hours, I think there will be a need for us to do the little session. Permit me, please, my best. Can we just stand up? Let's do one exercise. I know we look good, but our seat was session. My head, my shoulder, my knee, and my foot. What I said, can you imagine? My sister is telling me, you have not touched my foot. Okay. My head, my shoulder, my knee, and my toe. My head, my shoulder, my knee, and my toe. Head, my shoulder, my knee, and my toe. Everyone, can we come ourselves? Thank you very, very much. You can be seated. The next presentation from Hcpan Power Solutions. Are you ready for us? Hcpan Power Solutions. Come and take the shape. So you say that. So you
want to sit down.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. Just checking you can hear me clearly. I'm super pleased to be the president of the members of Hcpan Lagos. And we've heard a lot about healthcare, health insurance, and all. We want to take this one opportunity to present what we will call fire insurance for your homes and businesses. You will agree with me that while we have the presentation from Power Without Choice, it was a bit disappointing. I'm still young, but in my 30+ years in this life, we have been trying to solve our problems in this country, and it is still there. We really pray that we can solve it once and for all. So let me just get into explaining who Hcpan Power Solutions are. I lead the team at Hcpan, and my role is the Chief Customer Officer. So I'm sending everyone who's sitting in the hall today. Hcpan is basically a company that exists to deliver a better energy experience. And how do we do that? We use solar hybrid systems to ensure that you can achieve 24/7 power in your businesses and in your homes at the most affordable cost. What do? We spend time designing and installing these systems. We provide financing so that you can pay small and spread the balance over multiple months. And we also provide maintenance because some of you already have existing systems in your home and you want to ensure that you are getting the best value from it. We spent 6+ years doing this, even though I think I installed machines about 11 years now. But this company has been in 15 states across Nigeria. We finance over 800 systems, meaning we can enable more than 800 homes or businesses to be able to pay small to own their own solar systems. And we deliver almost 1,700 projects. Just to give a sense of the kind of work that we've done, you can see here, but you can also see here. This is a 54 kilowatt solar installation somewhere in Lagos that delivers power to a business park. I would also say that we deliver power to a number of pharmacies in lab. So what I'm saying is that apart from delivering power to the homes, we also deliver power to your businesses. Let's spend 2 minutes talking about how solar systems are evolving. The 3 main components in solar systems are solar panels, inverters, and batteries. Now, inverters are moved from just being an inverter charger to a hybrid inverter, where that inverter is able to power the both from solar and from inverter. And then batteries are moving from lead-acid batteries to lithium-ion batteries. There are 2 major types of lead-acid batteries, which are the flooded lead-acid and the sealed maintenance. So, for instance, this is the flooded lead-acid. You need to top water every 3 to 6 months, and this is the sealed one that does not require any maintenance. We can talk about the pros and cons of that, but this is not about technicality. This is about me letting you understand what it is we can do for you as a business. Yeah, so moving on a bit more, very clearly, how we work. The first thing we do is we do a comprehensive audit of your consumption pattern. So what exactly do you require? One of the biggest challenges with solar systems, I know if you in the room, they have negative stories, is a system that is not well designed. So let me give an example. If you need to consume 84 kilowatt hours of power every 24 hours, but your system can only deliver 18 kilowatt hours of power, no matter what you do, that system will not work. So the system, when we look at your energy consumption, we take that audit and we say X amount will come from solar, X amount will come from the batteries, and X amount may
may come from grid, Eco Disco, Ikeja Disco, Abuja Disco, Just Disco, whichever one is available. When you see that for NEPA, I have said may, because you cannot predict when it will be available. Assuming we're in a country that works the way we want it to, the best way for solar systems to work are during the daytime, all of your power comes from solar. Very little comes from battery. Then about 5 p.m., 6 p.m., when the sun is going down, you use about 3 to 4 hours of bring the battery from maybe like 4, 5 p.m. to 7, 8 p.m. Then from like 8 p.m. to like 10 p.m., you use NEPA to top up the battery till about midnight. Then by midnight, the battery is 1 unit in the morning. All of this happens automatically. We actually have a system installed where the person never touches anything. The solar priority comes first during the day. The next priority when the sun goes down, the battery drains for a bit. When the battery drains to 45%, if there is a breach, the battery falls to the top of itself. If there is no breach, the battery calls the generator automatically and says, please support me. And then when it gets to 80%, it tells the generator, thank you, I am fine. Not everybody needs that open system, but this is how systems are supposed to work optimally. We do 3 core models. One is outright payments. Or you have a system that you want from us. This system costs maybe 1.5 million naira. You pay 80% upfront, we install, and you pay the balance of 20%. That is our outright structure. But we know that many people require spreading this payment over time. That goes to our next structure, which is the lease to own. In our lease to own structure, you pay 30 to 35% upfront, and then you can spread the balance between 3 to 24 months, depending on your choice. The 3 to 12 months are the most popular. 24 months, we need some special approval, depending on the size of the system and what you want. So typically, we take 30% upfront. But for Hcpan people, we are trying to go down to as low as 25%, just for starters. And then the final one is power as a service. With power as a service, we own the assets. We install it, we place it there, we bill you on a monthly basis for what you use. Sometimes there's a minimum consumption, or we do purely on a consumption basis. Or we typically do this for plazas, large hospitals, diagnostic centers, where it makes sense for us to spend a large amount of money and then just get them to pay also the money. When you be sure that we actually have a few customers that pay us just 18,000 naira, 22,000 naira, but these are really, really small sites. Before I give this slide, I want to touch on what the energy ladder is. And as you all know, subsidy was removed. My fear with the whole subsidy thing is that it may even still work. There's rumors that they will add VAT to it next week or so. We're not sure. But let me say for today, daytime solar is actually the cheapest energy option, especially what is happening with grid. If when I mean daytime solar, it's solar power that you are generating during daytime and you are consuming directly, that is the cheapest form of power you can get today. But if you have grid, keep it. So grid power, solar power, the next one is solar plus batteries. You may want to understand how is solar plus batteries more expensive than solar only. During the daytime, the solar power you are using is being generated directly. Whatever power you are using from the battery, the solar or your NEPA or your generator needs to put that power in the battery before you can use it. And then think about it. Let me give you an example. There are some inverters that actually work today without batteries. The challenge is that it will be going up and up. in case the sun goes down, or if the sun comes back up, it will come on. So always keep in mind that your battery acts as a shock absorber when it is needed. These are just examples of some systems that we put in. If you look from left to right, you see we have very small 5 kVA system on the left most with lithium-ion batteries. In the middle, we have a slightly large commercial system, which is 45 kilowatts with a lot of batteries. And on the rightmost, what you have there is almost 90 kilowatts. A lot of people in the room likely still have lead acid batteries. One really intelligent solution that we also have that we are putting in now is battery monitors. So battery monitors enable you to understand what is happening with each of your batteries. I'm sure the biggest complaint everyone has in the room is battery has died. One battery is dead. Then you go change that. But with the battery monitors, you are able to, using a mobile app on your phone, understand what is happening with the battery either in your home or at your business. Not that somebody has told you that, we need to change this battery. Why? Using the app and the battery monitor that is installed on it, it will tell you whether the battery is too low, it will tell you whether the battery is overcharging, it will tell you whether the battery is undercharging. And the thing with this is that it allows you to extend the life of your batteries, because when there is a problem, it is identified much faster, because one battery can actually mess up the entire thing if it is not quickly identified. We have our people behind there. We will be able to show and tell you how these battery monitors work. Yeah, I've spoken a bit. We want to take an opportunity to be able to answer any questions you have. So I'm compressing this as quickly as possible. Everyone has also gotten flyers around the room. We have a code, a QR code, like what you have here on the flyers you have. If you actually just open your phone camera and scan that, you are able to tell us, oh, Aspire, this is what I need, that is what I need from you. If you can do that now, that would be good. Whether now, whether tomorrow, whether next, please reach out to us. We want to be of service. We are providing financing so that we know that we're providing high quality materials that will continue to work 6 months, 12 months, 24 months, 48 months from now. I can assure you we have systems in the field that are functioning in the past 5 years and continue to. So I will wrap up here. You can talk to us in the back. Our contacts are on the flyers you have, and we also have it on the screen. So I will ask the man that already decided how many minutes we can take for questions, if any. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What is the lecturer advance the family? Even the weeks. You understand? And in this hall, people are I don't think questions like that. I'm a very expensive lecture. And I give
It's not a lecture.
That also of my I think we'll have now. Am I here? I think I'm going to go. Everybody is right. And what is Palestine is over there. It's
500.
Thank you so much. How many of you have
500.
Thank you. So say we have a relatively faster because time has gone. Please. So one to move is just
Halfway.
the resources have not been done. So that's the relatively fast. Let me remind the president of the Association of General Private Laws practitioners in the country, Dr. Wale, wow. Thank you very much. The other personality we have here is Gloria Obiake, Chairman, Nigeria Electric Association. They are paying them God bless you. Now, before we proceed, I just want to give us more information. But please don't act on it now. And that is vital priority. The intellectual, they have additional, the storyteller, and he said it will help us to keep our basis. So for us, you know, very important. We like that opportunity. So one time comes, we special people at home will go there and help us. Thank you very much.
Please, let's note that if you have questions for our firehouse solution, we have a stand right behind, so we can just go up there and ask any questions that we have. Right now, we will be taking the top 10, and we'll invite Madam Aisha, who is representing Mr. Femi, that is for the Manasi approval. Present the answer. She representing Mr. Femi as the entire School coordinator. She's a trained accountant and a citizen healthcare insurance expert who has held several management positions in the banking industry before joining the National Health Insurance Authority in 2005 and today. Mrs. Aisha Manuel is a DGM and works as the coordinator of the legal pay office Kenya for 6 years and currently the head of finance and Hcpan at the zonal office. She holds a master's degree in public administration and has attended several leadership and advanced management training in the United States of America, Dubai, and recently the Lagos Business School. She is a chartered member of the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. She is happily married with children, distinguished professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you Mrs. Aisha Abubakar Haruna, who is the Deputy GM of the NHIA, representing Mr. Femi to take the top 10 NHIA perspective on state health insurance implementation, regulatory framework, and collaboration at this year's Midyear Capacity Building. Let's start the program.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I can only allow me to stand on the well-established I'm going to represent Mr. Femi, the GM, Zonal Coordinator, National Insurance Authority. To give the CEO address, this GM has been able to transfer the to capacity building program. And I need anything you hear from me from certain I want to go to express myself from the NHI. We are not very integrated with the program of our healthcare providers, some major and critical stakeholders for us to achieve. I must say, we all are blaming the numbers that are achieved so far. And I think everybody has to be on board with it. The last thing I said, we are taking a flight to actually this. I think the flight is changed. And for us to get there, we all have to go that flight. I'm pleased to take part of the association. You are doing well that I think we got that thing before. You must have spent so much. And apart from that, I was looking at the audience and I found out that for many times I know that I and other invites. So if that we ask the healthcare provider to stand up for extension, I'm sure you will be very embarrassed for. I have to say this because we are working seriously in Lagos with Grandma, trying to see how this can be done and hope that the providers are still not showing interest. Well, let me read this. I think highly honored to be at this event today. The Midyear meeting and participating in the program of the healthcare provider Association of Nigeria Hcpan Lagos chapter. This event is surely when the time is decided you're going to take government of Nigeria. I want to take another effort with Kuala before I. It is on this note that I would like to therefore greatly commend the organizers of this event for the laudable initiative of bringing us together. Access to available healthcare continues to be a challenge for Nigeria due to high levels of poverty and significant reliance on out-of-pocket payments. Health insurance coverage throughout the country has been crashed, has barely tried to stop the effect of the COVID population. Of this end, the state-led health insurance initiative will therefore need to adopt critical measures if they are to be effective, if it came to be effective of the background. I know that the professional, the legacy, let's crash. Health insurance as we all are aware is one of the benefits for providing financial protection for the cost of this healthcare service. This is the cardinal pillar of the Bangladesh communication. The protection to afford, extremely important. Statistics show that about 100 million people are pushed through extreme poverty on an annual basis due to healthcare. While health insurance has been operational in Nigeria for almost 20 years, as was confirmed by the chairman, Dr. Sanders, the uptake has been very low. As of today, less than 10% of healthcare is paid for using the healthcare insurance. This has always been the percentage. I can't get today as the professional health insurance authority, and I can tell you that total support by all forms of insurance for health in Nigeria over around 8 to 10% of our population. This figure is gradually made up of federal and state government employees and their dependents. Probably because of the nature of Lagos, conveyed by the Lagos review that about 11% of household members in the state have their health covered by one form of health insurance or the other. To bring the coverage back, several states in Nigeria have commenced the establishment of state insurance schemes. Presently, we have 6 states and FCC at various stages of the education journey. This scheme practically involves the establishment of an independent government agency to oversee the implementation and management of the scheme, as well as enable a law that will guarantee sustainability. They have also defined a generic package to cater for their most common healthcare requirements in each state. On Hcpan also, most state governments have given a commitment to dedicate a percentage of their consolidated revenue to the scheme to fund premiums for the poor and vulnerable. Both in the state and also expected to be fund by healthcare provisional fund, basic healthcare provision fund, Hcpan from the federal government, and also introduction of the vulnerable group fund, Midyear, as defined in the recent NHIP that was signed into law in November 2020. This scheme is successfully implemented and operated to provide a significant tool in and vulnerable society. And my life, as very large endeavor of this nature, there are several key success factors which need to be in place to ensure the speed and successful sustainability. I repeat, as in any large scale endeavor of this nature, there are several key success factors which need to be in place to ensure the speed and successful sustainability. One, effective public engagement. It's important that state teams are able to attract premium payments, which will be the primary source of funding from our many residents within states and offices. This will help to increase the risk pool, which is essential to the well of insurance. To achieve this, the state needs to employ strategies which will encourage participation of their residents in the scheme. This will also include measures such as high eligibility for other services rendered by state to participation in the insurance. In the absence of it, the scheme will end up with a situation in which only people who have undergoing medical conditions for public servants or others on the verge of medical events, such as Hcpan, they are the ones that will affect. This is what we want adverse selection. The situation will put the financial viability of the scheme at risk in a very short order. I think we all know that. Apart from the specific of funding available to us and the competing forces for such funds, we need to start protecting as some other sources of funding, such as donor funding, which remains the source of finance for Nigeria next year. These funds come from various sources, including foreign government and international development agencies, among others. In many cases, these funds are targeted at addressing specific issues such as HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, reduction of maternal and child mortality, and so on. Care of some of these conditions are already included as part of the general package like state. In such cases, these donor funds would provide an opportunity to broaden the population of the poor and vulnerable covered by the scheme. When those conditions are not covered by the scheme, there is an opportunity to create an alignment with the donor initiative which will make them a referral point for the management of such conditions. Funding can also come from private sector through their corporate social responsibility initiative and high net worth individuals. Also provide funding with various initiatives in the country. This is a source of funds that the state should be regular in order to cater for their poor and vulnerable needs. Of course, where you have funding, you have to be kept because you have to find a way to prevent fraud prevention. No health system has set up society due to fraud, and therefore, states must be ready to fight for this excellence. A lot of healthcare funds is lost, and money to errors that fraudulent claims. Common areas of health transport, fraud including billing for services not rendered, billing for services not covered, and unnecessary issuance of prescription drugs among others. The loss of funds to fraud will reduce the ability of the scheme to meet financial obligations. In other words, adoption of the information management system for the operation of the scheme will be critical in addressing the issue of fraud. This will not be an easy or cheap endeavor. One of the issues is infrastructural constraints in different parts of this, particularly based on the network coverage of the understanding provider. Development of the while adopting coverage control measures to
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Or if it is the family package paid instrumentally pre-filed, are able to complete the premium. Then we have the Lera Eco Standard Plus, 15,000 Naira for an individual, 70,000 Naira for a family. Lera Eco Student Plan, the price. Lera Eco Diaspora Plan. The Diaspora Plan is for people who want to migrate for their families, uncles, aunties, parents who are still living in Lagos State while they are outside the country. They can purchase packages for them. We have ELERA Eco Senior Plan, this is the cost, and then we're also very IC swagging and also compliance. So we have telehealth or the telemedicine service. We're also offering. Next slide. All right. It's very important for us to stress, just as our federal regulator has stated, that we have a lot of work to do as the regulator of health insurance in Lagos State. So what are we going to do? Number one, Section 7 of the law states that the agency has the power to regulate and supervise the Lagos State health scheme and establish guidelines and rules. The second thing is that the law also stipulates that the agency starts with the responsibility to regulate all that maintains health insurance in the state. And then in October 2021, National has commenced all the we're working now, we're promoting, we're registering, we're licensing, we're supervising and monitoring and evaluating the health insurance landscape in Lagos and ensuring that yes, take into consideration different parts, all right, or different economic benefits of residents and universal coverage. Next slide.
Your mic.
More regulatory functions. We have what is called the SIM number, corporate identity registration number. We have the corporate, we have the SIM registration number, and it's all, we expect all employers, public and private, to register with the agency and obtain a corporate identification number. Also, we have the responsibility to license agents and agents. We're monitoring and compliance, ensuring compliance. We're also engaging with our customers and creating awareness of the scheme. Next slide. South Lagos LS agents portal and go online and you get to see what we're doing and if you obtain your CIN number, hospitals and pharmacies. Five people are always okay, and you can go online and next slide. Eco Social Health Alliance is the app that is responsible for mobilizing funds so that workers have access to healthcare services and with free from crowdfunding, adoption, and channels to engage communities to raise funds for people who cannot afford to pay. Next slide. Snapshot of the official website. So we encourage people to donate for people who cannot afford. Thank you very much. Today, how many providers do we have? We have 349 providers. These providers include hospitals, diagnostic centers, dental clinics, nursing homes, very important, and okay, funds. People have providers have fees. Capacity building, June and August. Training on business of healthcare, also mental health issues. Quality and the baseline quality survey for different and develop quality improvement plans for them. Strategic purchasing solutions of intervention. 2022 after drugs and mental health. We must add additional benefits of servants as designated healthcare providers and held the first annual providers on. Next slide, please. All right, update. We'd like you to have an understanding of the overview of the operations of ILERA Info. So under ILERA Info, we have 3 different departments. We have the claims unit, the care unit, that is the unit responsible for overseeing and ensuring that police have access to services when due and their benefits are actually covered. Then we also have a provider network team, charge of expanding the network. Next slide. So we also introduced transborder care for ILERA Info. Realized that quite a number of people, civil servants, live in homes, and there was a need for us to ensure that we have access to healthcare services. So we're able to engage collaborating with health insurance, all right, or health insurance agents, by health insurance. Next slide, please. All right, healthcare provider. I rushed. Now I'm sure this is the part which you are all eager to what was national average. Number 1, improving the quality of healthcare in Nigeria. Number 2, we have human resource development. Number 3, ILERA Info strategic intervention, electronic medical record, and technical support to hospitals and improving quality of care. Thank you very much. ILERA Info is providing a platform for all employees. Sorry, for all providers. We're providing a platform for all providers to commence and start an international quality medical program at no additional cost. Register in safe care and safe care program that is recognized program. Recognized internationally. And we will work with you, see how we can move it from one level of care to another level of care. Mentor, coach, train, give you teaching aids or give you aids, work with your facility. And we know that there is a direct proportional relationship between quality of care, utilization, and the number of employees. That's it. All right, next slide, please. Human resource development is a new one. I would like all of you that are not aware to join, follow us, and embark on this journey. ILERA Info plans and will be providing selected hospitals on-site ILERA Info patient support officers going forward. And what do these patient support officers do? They help build capacity of healthcare workers in the area of information technology and data. We listened to Mr. J. of Zamara Consulting. He said one of the challenges is having enough data of accurate data, utilization data, to be able to compute the capitation amounts and the premium amounts. In national, we have looked at our data and also seen a gap that not all providers are actually making in terms of their utilization. And so we had to have several meetings and strategies. And we realized that there was a need to support providers. So we are at the moment conducting the pilot. 100 providers have been selected based on a particular criteria being number of employees have and utilization data to reserve. now support you by giving a patient support officer. That officer will be in your hospital Monday to Friday, helping you to what? Collate the data, analyze the data, and send back so that you'll be able to use data to compute more accurate and more effective renewal rates application. And flashback is real. They are not paying for this provider. The next slide. Agencies also understand that in healthcare industry, so many things have happened, and we still happen. And we realize that there's a need to support our providers. How can we support? And continue to take drugs. But this year we're talking about in a different manner. And that you are have set out the questionnaire of time. And when we say provider, it's normally dental clinics, physiotherapy centers, radiology centers, diagnostic centers. With this QR code, we're asking question. How can we support? Do you want us to give you drugs? Do you want us to help you repair everything? Do you want us to paint your body? I don't know if that's but we're now coming to you and saying, how can we support? So that we can at least understand their challenge, what can we do? And then we take it back, information back, analyze it, and then we come back and support you in 2020. We want to make it an annual and please the round of applause. Electronic medical records, you know that today we're going to school. We cannot continue with paper in our lives. Pardon?
We are tired of it.
We are tired of writing paper. EMR is the way. In last month, we are actually strategizing how we need to implement and support our provider and electronic medical records. All right, that will come across different providers and enable such that an enrollee moves from primary care, secondary care, the information is going to patients. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you very much. Technical support to drive hospital demand side activities. Yes, this is why I said we should wait for this particular one. How can we grow your enrollment? The numbers is very important now that national is on the drive for mandatory registration of enrollees into the health scheme. Therefore, we're looking at over 26 million people not even have enough providers. So, how can we key in and get more enrollment? Providers are identified as a key structure of community dynamics. Ideal community setting, ideal community setting, that the hospital receiver of home and care. Many of us have mentioned that providers can help sell this product. How? Because the community members trust them, they believe in them, all right? And that, yeah, that's what you said, that the community members trust them. Whatever you say, they hold here, and they're willing to do, and we recognize that. So you have a key role to play in achieving universal health care. All right. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to do it? I now have a system in place where we are that the healthcare provider will not pay people from your facility, and we will train them on how to sell this, how to sell the brand. Very, very important. Because we need to understand what's the premium, the different benefit packages, and also how to go about making the premium. Next slide. Yes, I mentioned this in the last training we had. We are categorizing providers. Very, very important. We want our providers to provide the best quality of care. But we realize that not all providers are on the same level. We have categorized providers based on safe care quality scores and other international quality programs. We want to go beyond exam, we want to become nationally accredited by other bodies. All right, so if you are having COSASA criteria, so you have the COSASA accreditation or high accreditation, and your safe care level or your safe care level is 5 category A. And what does that mean? It means that you will have a markup of fee for service tariffs. Your fee for service tariff will be higher than what the general providers earn because you're in a higher category. Admission fee will only cover the first 24 hours. Admission fee, the first 24 hours will be capitated. Currently, it's the first 48 hours that's capitated. So now we're reducing the capitation of admissions to 24 hours. Hypertensive drug fee will also be. Okay. For category B, those are providers on safe care level 3 and 4. There will be a markup on their fee for service. Admission fee only for 24 hours. Capitated. Admission will be capitated for the first 24 hours. And hypertensive drug fee will also be marked up. And then for category C, safe care level 2 and below, the admission fee, you can see there's no markup for fee for service here. But if you are going to obtain fee for service, general fee for service are. And to encourage you, we will only capitate the first 24 hours of admission, and we will also mark up the hypertension. We have listened to the providers have said that yes, capitation for service for hypertension, so and we're backing it for all providers. So if you're in category A, your fee for service will not be general fee for service, it's higher. If you're in category 3 and 4, also be higher. If you're in category C, your fee for service will be general fee for service. Very important performance. Very, very next steps, customer service and compliance aspects. Like to implement Midyear in home service charter, and we're about to commence that. And we're asking that please, as much as possible, like you, for those providers of the scheme, to nominate or to send 3 nominees for your facilities so that we can train them on customer experience and service delivery. All right, and these 3 nominees will become the service delivery unit within the hospital. Okay, these are our contacts and feedback channels. Next, I'll just run through them. Our contacts and feedback channels, we'll leave them here on the screen so that you can reach us any of these channels. Lashma is willing to engage and work with all providers in Lagos State. We're willing to work with different cadres of providers. We also want to engage with laboratory, radio diagnostic centers and facilities, nursing homes, optometrists, physiotherapists, pharmacies, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Thank you very much. This is the core of the things we are here, and I'm surprised that last year, you understand? I already told it. But the many questions will come, but during the final discussion, other questions will follow. Because the only thing I think here that I'm people are only my 15 hospitals in Lagos. So there are many areas to tap into. So before we go into that, I make to invite the pay to come and do presentation for them to be fast about it. We're going to the job.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah. I am Midyear. So basically, PA is the payment solution for businesses. Just to give you a background before I proceed. We know that business owners various now, if you're not dealing with this price of petrol, you won't like that. We just depend on and there's one less thing that you should worry about having a good, reliable payment partner for your business. Part of the things that we realized also in the sense that some business owners completely say that, you know what, due to the stress of fast transfer, I don't want to accept fast transfer. And for us, we'll be pushing with the healthcare space specifically because we know that the healthcare space is 9% is very good for a lot of time. It's a matter of urgency. And you don't want to see people hanging away simply because they are not able to confirm their statement. You don't want to see somebody come to your office and the cashier of ground says, oh, my boss is supposed to confirm his approach. So please, you cannot accept transfer now. If you request or cannot accept your payment. So at DK, specifically what we do is by transfer solutions for businesses. We have another one POS terminal that basically can sort everyday payments from bank transfers to your card payments and also USSD payments as well. So if a customer comes to your business today, you render them a service, it's time to pay, you can go to your cashier and pay through whichever of either card, transfer, or USSD. And all these are going to confirm with the POS terminals that are going to your businesses.
Why is this important for your business? We offer, because what we have done is we flexibility. Also, something that a lot of business owners are concerned about is okay, with their certain transfer, you don't go to see how much is coming into their account. No, you cannot see your balance, you cannot move funds around. It's just a few only device. And you can rest assured wherever you are in the world, you might be outside, you might be abroad, anywhere, might be in the UK, you can see just from your phone the activities that are going on in your business days. So you can be at home and you're just saying you purchase for card payments, bank transfer, maybe you can see how much you have activated at the end of the day. So just at the glance of your phone, you can see you paid 1 million naira today, you paid 500,000 today, without having some manually calculating each of the transactions that's coming. It's something that we have done and we've been in space for a long time. We're powered by PFP has been around for over 10 years. I always tell people, if you're to go with any new bank right now, you have to be PFP because PFP has been around way longer than anybody else. We are in for the long run. We provide this service to a lot of people. For instance, Hcpan secretary is one of our mentors. She's been using us for almost a year now, and she can access our system works. We have our terminals which we can offer to our merchants just as 25K. If you need a terminal, you make it 25K. Security deposit for a digital terminal. We're going to provide that to you. Then have our charges for every transaction, 0.9%, capped at 200. So with this, we are able to serve you better. Your business is going to run smoothly, and you don't have any income from your business. So I'll not take any questions, and if you have any for me. We also have our stand at the back. If you want to see, we'll be happy to demo our terminal. You usually transfer, we transfer to share a work, and how instant it is. Everything that we do is instant confirmation. Get into the business process. And we hope that we're able to serve you better. And if you right at the back, so if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are is that it's another platform where you can transfer money just like OPay, Hcpan, or whatever. That are same identities. Simple. We pay. You pay your money immediately, within seconds. You will see anywhere you are. Happy? That is it. That is it. Thank you very much. We have come of the matter. Ask you what we left our facility. Come here to do identity every This is what now. Borrow ears and let us move now. After this, general is secondary. First and foremost, we have seasoned people that will give us information, illustrate the facts, everything we want to know about all the lectures today and NHIA, how it works, the advantages and disadvantages that are here in that experience. Please, as we call on them, give them a round of applause. They move to that stage. Then I will call the moderator, who is, of course, the embodiment of knowledge, who will regulate and will bring everything. So permit me to call the fourth person to be on the panel, Dr. Aifo Austin. Sir, the attention is in the discussion. Is the national president of Hcpan. Please, we want you, sir. You have to come to the central place so that we can see clearly. Yes, sir. Please clap for him, clap for him. As we take the stage, please permit me to call another important personality in our midst, Dr. Leko Oshuli. Have some applause, please. Mr. Becca is Mr. Becca. Good. Mr. Becca is up. Thank you. Let's take that. Then Mr. Abiola Oshuni. from different models, whatever machinery. Are you understand? Okay, that's why I know that. Thank you very much. And when we're waiting, we call on the moderator of this aspect to come over and handle the moderation. Thank you very much. So, the last lecture we listened to, we know that is the main issue where we're here. So, Dr. Emanuela Namba, G and National, or the president, we want a very important question to come to this table here. Questions will be coming as follows. Yes, I'm going to wait. Aha, the lecturer. Thank you. Have a clap for her. Yes. Thank you very much. So now, the other personality is Mr. Lupin. She said, every ID levels to all the representatives. Please, can you get to the stage, sir? Ma'am. Question. Okay, please. The lecturer. Thank you. Please, remember we are waiting. The lecturer, the lecturer. Okay. Miss. Thank you. Finally, I want to
Hello. Okay, I think the Hcpan with the new app that you have, and the basic I'm not married the existence of HMOs between us. Then, I think we need a second match here. Microphone, please. I hope I believe that's working.
Is it working?
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Moderator. Now, contrary to what
I need to remove this. I change it to what? I have to remove the complaint because I'm storing that they're not seeing it. Please be fast.
Oh, like the
complementary and supplementary services. The social health insurance schemes, which the states will oversee, are like economy class tickets for everyone. Ultimately, when you get on the plane, everyone gets to the destination, but the level of comfort differs. So business class and first class will be handled by the HMOs. Economy class will be handled by the state's insurance schemes, but everybody will get well. Everybody gets to the destination. That's the way I see it. So it's actually win-win for everybody in that sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll still come back to you. Mr. Shishimi, your facts, I believe, to get to the data and from the little we've had from both the NHIA and the national, if you're not getting data, where do you think this problem comes from? Because the providers are not providing them, or we do not have enough trust in the system for the clients to provide information needed. Or the third thing, are we getting to the situation we can't train the basis where we are getting this data and not actual data expected?
Thank you very much, sir. Let me start with establishing the fact that, like you rightly said, sharing of data is a function of trust. Whether from the side of the patient to the provider or the provider to the regulator. Unfortunately, because of the trust deficit in the system, I don't trust, if I am a provider, I don't trust the regulator enough for me to be transparent with them with my data. One, there is a benefit or transactional value to the data that you provide. So if I don't see enough value from it, I will not be inclined to share, right? Within the Nigerian framework, what has happened over the years is that data is seen more like how do I put it? Data is seen more that I'm just providing data, there's no real benefit to the data I get. So a lot of healthcare providers, okay, so I'll give an example. Let me give you a bit of background with respect to data in Nigeria. So first of all, data is manually done in Nigeria. We're still very paper-based. That is a significant challenge in of itself, because what that establishes is that we have a lot of data silos that people don't see. Right? We have limited visibility into the data that happens at the healthcare facility. Two, we have a situation where we have created data, not to the owner of the data. So today there's a contention of who owns data within the healthcare system. Sure. In reality, the patient owns their data, but the way we have structured the architecture of data is such that data is owned by either the regulator or by is held by the healthcare provider. In reality, the patient owns their data, they give it to the healthcare provider in trust, and the regulator should regulate adequately the ethical use of that data. Right? So in many cases, so today let's ask a classic question, and I'm starting from the beginning. How many patients have access to their patient files or can move their patient files from an hospital? Yes, it doesn't really happen. So what should happen for data possibilities? I should be able to request and move my data from a health facility to another provider if I wanted. But over the years, we have created a structure that even patients don't have access to their data. So let's start from that first point.
right? The day we begin to democratize access to patient data for the patients, we begin to solve some of our critical problems. It means that I will be building an architecture and a framework that allows for data portability. Rather, if you think about the telecoms networks, when they created that you could port your SIM from one network to the other, see exactly what happened in terms of quality and efficiency of the system. Competition drives innovation. First of all, let me stop there. Secondly, is that every of the systems that we have created as a reporting framework or an M&E framework for health is either hinged partly on paper or partly on technology. So we pay lip service to the use of technology. I dare say, for instance, things like the national PHIS today or any of the systems that we have only partly uses digitization of the healthcare system for reporting. So the DHIS or the NHMIS today, the digital version of it that we have, you only report, at the end of the month on a monthly basis, and you only have monthly days, right? What happens to the 30 days? So essentially, there is a debt of data for planning and optimization. So for a private healthcare person, that business intelligence is key for me to know my patient throughput, to know which patient, my attrition rate, to know what the patient is paying for. I don't see it. I have to have some significant metrics in the system, which is where EMR comes to play. Today, we have between probably 1 and 2% of adoption of EMR across the country, right? Despite the fact that we recognize that we have low healthcare worker per patient population, one of the lowest in the world that we know, we're still not wanting to embrace digitization and the use of digital systems. When we understand that digital systems are expensive, there is a medium and long-term gain almost immediately. For a private care person, there is a business intelligence part of the use of that data that is digital, because I can then do a lot of analysis. I can even present that data to a financier for me to be able to get access to finance. The company I work with today is providing finance to a lot of companies in country and healthcare startups based off of the data that we have. A bank can come to provide, or a financing partner can come into your business without having your data. The Lashma and NHI would only be able to do reimbursements based off of that data. Just reading on one of the things you talked about fraud in the system, and what's happening all over the world. Once we have transparency to the data, once we have visibility to the data, the issue of am I profitable goes away, because it then means if I can, and I will say simple system, if I make 500 naira from delivering service for $1 million, how much am I making on an annual basis? I will then position my business or my healthcare, because there's a business of healthcare. I will then position my business to adequately be able to accommodate, efficiently manage, and deliver care for those who then I become very profitable. But I'm able to share that data for my reimbursement. I'm able to share that data for Lashman or NHI, and I'm able to get better services. And so it's a function of us adopting, the right technology, the right mindset for the use of data, and the right understanding that data is actually wealth. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Not many people talk about that just in 1 minute, explain to us, everybody, how you achieve what you achieve, the projections, what you do. That's the first question. Let me go to the second question quickly. And then I'm also interested in based on that. Why do actuarial sciences not activity-based costing?
Wow.
2 questions. Tell us how actuarial sciences get us computation limits, and then why not do this?
Thank you very much. As it is like, even if I thought not what valuation is about. So but I'll try to do as much as I can. When we talk about valuation, people don't understand that most times actually have full of funds. And when these funds are together, we try to find out what is the value to it. That's what they call the present value and the present value. So we may have the 100,000 naira, and then people are taking this one for the next 4 or 5 years. Okay, some of them too, the way you want to push it out, some of them may not even have the phone, just start accruing for the phone. Like now, let me use the example of the medical side. Let me use the example of what we call IS-19, which is actually graduate. If you are working in the country, apart from the contribution pension scheme, there are people that have benefits, you see like company will give provision for this. Once you are 10 years, 1% of your salary you are going for 10 years. From 70 years, from 70 years. And you find out like this is a paper accruals. The money is not there. But with IFRS what they are trying to do is this. If you don't have the money, you put it in your profit and loss account. You just know which are only this amount. People making provisions for them. But what people are doing is pushing and making right. You find that people just retire and they say, I'm not being paid by their fee. Even the family comes apart from the public sector. Why is it that? Because companies will just when you for 10 years, what if something happens and 20 people are doing it? I find that there's a huge amount of money there. Once you pay that one out, because you will hit your just everything, you will not have money. So what the actual valuation or what affects these funds every year make provision for. So what we do, let me put it this way, what actually do is this thing, like you'll be able to project. There's some mathematical formulas. If you start worrying here, everybody will get the something, but the people that understand. So I'll look information that definitely has just like there is but some of them are historical. You watch the trend. You understand? In some areas, you watch the trend. Use data to do what you want to do. So then if you come to people that take this take the time, by the time the FHI is actually fully on board, we should try and do what Nikon is actually doing. What Nikon is doing is like insurance company, what they call reserving. Just the same thing our trying to explain on gratuity. Some of these insurance companies before IFRS, I say there's not the IFRS standard, then there's 4, and then there's 17. What they used to do is like people just like just like Asian. If you don't guide them, what we do is people just go wait for the year. At the end of the year, you check whatever you have as bit more. The company start buying cars and they do okay. But they think we're thinking that is a daily thing. But this is like what claims are all about. If they don't even have this claim, but if you are not prepared and do without it, this heavy one will come. May come that you may not even have financial capacity to cushion it. We find that people reporting paying claims and then start doing. So the IFRS standard actually make it easy, and insurance Nikon control actually every year. Do your reserve results that value it. Okay, we'll see there's some analysis including what the idea that whatever has been killed, but have not been saved or have not been reported. We take this into consideration.
But like I was saying, sir, if we are having issues in which people are finding providers, not the I mean, the body to pay and finding it difficult to get enough money. Are we now saying that probably the speculations and the analysis have been wrong from foundation?
No, I think you want to put me, and I'm still there behind your topic. Beside the mediator, and you're putting me your house. But let me do how to answer it. I was actually looking at the consumer one and see what you were actually trying to do and what the standard have actually said. Application. This, and I think we start to speak for service, 20% markup, which I can be basic application sometimes too. And sometimes I wonder, and I try to appreciate what the trying to
get those numbers, which are not important application, even when it's obvious that data is not there. You understand? So, and we on our own, that's trying to see what we try to do for them, and they're using available data. But I'm happy if you go to NHI Act, you find out like they are more keen about data. I think they said they're going to do a database collection system about it. So we are very hopeful that when issues are really ongoing, because now it's really to understand what the data is all about. And then we try to see as much, and this piece about it too is this. There's solution for actual consultant. That which we are trying to, we are here, which we are trying to, if you can be able to read and see and then advise. So the issue here is like, I won't sit down here and tell you the partition rate is not right. I think what they are doing, they are very fair. Very fair. Whatever is I would think there's going to be improvement. And if you look at it here, that people are very embracing the lives, and what they do. So what should we try to do? I think this is an opportunity for Hcpan, which is a Hcpan, this is a national headquarters. If you wait for, you should appreciate health. You should appreciate it's not about it's basic. So we are just this platforms for people to try to see. The capitation thing is all about food. I'm telling you the fact. If you have something like 20 million and come to that provider, and I believe if I give you 500 with capitation, and you have something like 20 million numbers. By the time you calculate it, millions, and you find about it, it's good. But when you come around and you see how many 700 and you come, the whole thing can do about that. But the issue is like, beauty about it is like, we have to appreciate what as my Lagos State is doing. Definitely, I can see the robust analysis of what they are doing. I think in our own private time, should actually engage them. I've seen that they have even Dr. Sam herself has been going around for conferences, seminars to try to engage. I was in May, I think they are trying to engage this. So we should encourage them. And definitely the truth, we should try as much as we can on the NHI, which I think they are. I went to the past over again. I think they have limitations, they are all encompassing database. You don't need to be the old system, but what you try to do, we all should understand and join. But the share side of it, we are ready if these numbers are here. I'll give you more accurate and more sensitive. And if it's possible to benchmark with what is happening, but I can't just tell you that I don't know your cost, what's the cost of health? I don't know what their cost, we don't have record. I don't know how many people are here. I don't know how much you feel. And then you want me to do much. I just give you numbers. I want you to be perfect. So once the data integrity is that okay, fine, okay, we can do that. Fine. So what you damage it, what you damage it, but we can't as much as we can, but basically a lot of information sometimes try to be smart. That's why Zamara too, because we are in 5 or 6 countries, the group, it's easier to work with us. It's easier we have a space. We are going to benchmark across all over. Let me tell our content too. That's okay. Okay. Now I ask you 2 questions. I think the second question, luckily I'm an accountant, and I'm talking about the cost. In the health, primary providers, secondary, and then the specialists of them. The primaries are paid computations, while the others are paid service. I don't think there's evidence that cost rather than competition. Okay, I'm asking the NHI, why don't we pay the billing of the payments paid by NHI activity base, that is everything done by service provider is costed and then it's paid. That has been on that computation on actuarial statistics. That is, if I'm treating malaria, let's know that okay, this is the amount I'm trying to do for the test, this is the amount of the drugs, this is my consultation. That is why I deal with this. As I say, okay, I'm going to pay you 750 naira. treating malaria. She's an accountant, so she
Well, as far as insurance is concerned, we know that insurance or event of emergency. Now, at this three level of care, they are on different specialization. You have primary, you have secondary, you have tertiary. So if you attend activity based, then they're going to get the point that some services may not even get business to do. That is one. Two, we all know the health insurance, whether you get it or not, mostly what we are getting or what we are experiencing now, based on mostly adverse selection, where an individual comes into a facility and one point of service quite of whatever form that may have contributed on behalf of that service.
Sure.
So capitation is to assist, especially primary health providers, to sustain their business, whereby every month you know that there's something that is coming, no matter how small, to keep you on the business, providing for consumables and other operational costs. So if you are saying it should be based on activity, then I mean, what I know that the provider is trying for is to have more aerobics at primary level to book their funding, because the higher the number, the more competition. And then for fees for service, how many percent, the second percent do we have for instance, in Lagos? We have more primary providers to provide basic services. It is only when the need arises for specialized care that the primary upgrade and then release to the secondary and tertiary. So if we are not saying activity based, it's going to be tough, especially for our primary healthcare providers, because people are their activity based affecting the secondary services, except if a situation comes where we are praying for universal health coverage, where Nigeria will have a larger percentage of people coming to access care and there's a large pool of funds coming to the pool to help to, take care of this.
Actually, you brought out the best questions. I think the main question we are having here, we are not having enough funds.
It's not enough at all.
So, probably between you and Dr. Oshuni, I want to ask that question. How do we assess funds?
Government.
Because we know that if we have more than enough funds, we can have, I also say there's never achieve qualitative help. If you want qualitative help, you must be ready to pay for it. Anywhere you go. The only place is working is in Cuba. Every other where you must pay very much good money to get it. So how do we get funds for people to have qualitative, affordable health?
Actually,
you've been in this for many years. I know even most HMOs have not covered 20% of the population. Why are we not getting enough funds? I know this. Any time I will not go now.
Really?
Oh, yes. But I used to know.
Yeah, we're waiting for every Nigeria to come on board. And
So why are we not getting enough funds to the pool?
We all know that the allocation for health from government is very minimal. And this is why there is need for private public partnership. Now we are looking at other sources of funds, like the NHI Act. It's trying to see which other sources of funds can come in to boost the care.
I believe we are all supposed to be paid 50,000 naira.
I wish every Nigerian can come on board
Yeah,
with that. So it's the implementation of the new act, which has made it compulsory that you, an employer or labor, no matter how small, you must bring your staff on board. You as a farmer, you must come on board and contribute. Why do we pay for the poor and the healthy, subsidize for the sick? I mean, I can assure you that everybody here, if you are not the public servant, I'm sure the majority of people here don't have any form of health insurance, and they will run to you because you're a family friend, a doctor to provide care on compassionate ground.
How do we get people like that?
Now that they're going to be, we are now empowered as an authority to make it compulsory. Why you see everything is coming? Because we are waiting for the implementation of the implementation guidelines. Once that comes on board, you can't be steady if you're not carrying a health insurance card. You can't run your business if your staff are not insured. So it's going to be an enforcement thing that is compulsory. If you are not compliant, you'll be sanctioned. And even those that are providing that are operating in the insurance space, you cannot run a business if you are not. I categorically say that if you are not accredited with the health insurance authority, either at the state level or at the federal level.
It's a big one.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it's time we examine some statistics from other jurisdictions in the world. The average premium, health insurance premium in Nigeria is about $50 per annum. The average health insurance premium in the United States of America is $10,000 per annum.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, the doctors here are as well trained as the doctors in America. So the problem is that there is not enough money in the system. The United States spent $4.4 trillion last year on healthcare. That is more than the money we have spent in this country since independence.
Yeah.
So we've got to be clear. Now, the role of the actuary in the industry is to determine how much something will cost, to predict. From figures in his possession, the actuary predicts how much we require. What I find is that there is no health insurance scheme at government level in Nigeria that has any actuarial computations. It's back of the envelope calculations that are done. Guess what? So, first of all, we need actuarial input. Secondly, as Madam Barbara said, we need to audit our work, our regulation, our input. We need all the external auditors who will determine where the areas of wastage are. But I believe that we need a preventive kind of healthcare, not a therapeutic healthcare. And that's how Cuba has been able to deliver first world standard of healthcare with a fraction of the amount the Western countries spend. We need primary care that prevents rather than treats. It's a big topic, but those are the things I'll say for now.
Sure. Fantastic.
Thank you, sir. Your time for this.
Fantastic.
I'm taking a cue from what Dr. Shini said. That is, we must go preventive and
Sure.
And I'll put the question to you, not any time. Are the providers having a structure on ground? They have options, payments. Let me tell you. That is, instead of you getting your capitations probably 2-3 months out, you can pay 6 months upfront. And then you can calculate your own way of carrying out your own business as providers, and then for preventive medicine and priority. So you can call your patient and say, look at it, you can give for your full medical test. The next one, because the money is already gone. And that you're thinking that oh, after it comes, I get it. And there are plans on the office providers. By asking any time, get paid for the front.
Thank you very much. Let me start with this last one. Before now, providers have problems about taxation, and that has improved. Providers get captations within the time. But the problem is not even the capitation. The problem is not the payment of capitation, but the amount of money involved. That is where we have challenges. Is that the amount is too small. So it's not that I don't come before now, if you owe and release capitation for 3, 6, 4, 5 months, you have passed that level. When the new DJ introduced that idea of getting the data from providers that of no way. And so the HMOs are talking about preventive measures.
if you take us, let's go back to the National Health Act of 2014. It tried to elicit prevention, well, because they said 1% of the conservative fund will go to health. Of this 1%, 40% was earmarked for primary care strengthening instead of primary health care. And that money was supposed to go through the National Primary Health Care Development Agency. And they removed the money from, they divided the percentages. 20% to vaccines, drugs and consumables, 50% to structures and laboratories, and 10% to human resource development. If government has been releasing this 1% when you get 40% for primary care, and the primary care centers are including both private and public, prevention will be better. It's just a matter of government to hold on to that act, which is now held by this National Health Act of 2022. I'm taking that to look at those two acts. So if that 40% from that 1%, for those of us who don't know, the considered revenue fund is the money that the federal government gets. There's this federation account money, which is all the money accruing to government, including the 3 tiers of money meant for the federal, state, and local government. Of this, the federal government gets its own part. And that is what I call the considered revenue. 1% of that is no small money. If only government will release this money and the monies are actually done. Other areas, I just want to talk about primary health care, the basic health care provision fund, which is level to the money is for any child. It's also there. And that's 48.75%. So if all those things are taken care of, but talking more, look at the National Health Act 2022 year. There are listed 4 differences between that formal 2004 and this one. And of these, about 7 we help our businesses to pay. Maybe I should go and try and pick one of them. Okay, let's the mandatory she talked about. A law has not made it mandatory. If all Nigerians carry the card, because there's a committee, the mandatory committee, the Calabas is a member of that committee. They have set out things, the ways to make it mandatory. If you want to do your international passport, they will demand that. You want to be driver's license, any social service you want to get in this country, and they demand for it. So that will make Nigerians to key. And when Nigerians key, the facilities we have are very good. That's the truth. The facilities we have are very good. Then the other part that is there in that act is the idea of this capitation. Fee for service. How big it our own. And they have said that if the capitation will be reviewed every 3 years. And if the capitation will be reviewed every 3 years, it also stated in that act that they will have input from the providers. That is not just in there before. So if you have input from providers and you do to the benefit of the providers, the HMOs and the authorities, this will get better. We just hope that government will take some of these things and work on them and allow them to go. Then the other parts that were not there. In the first act, you didn't have the armed forces. You didn't have ministries, departments, and agencies. They were not there. Only the common sector. But in this new act, all those ones are coming on board. And so that will make it even better. So we have one life. As Dr. Toshu said, the private health plans will come on board. Where you have the supplementary and the complementary. Supplementary is you must have the basic package, the social one. Then you can have, if you are not satisfied with it, that's what you want to come up. And that is the supplementary. That's one part. Another part is that you must have that. The law is that you must have the basic. Then if you have say, okay, this basic can be big bang, I don't like basic, keep it, hold it. Then you can take another one, which is not the complementary. That's what you expect to say. So the supplementary or complementary, if you now go to the that makes we have many more. Then you also have the voluntary food funds, the vulnerable food funds. That's another beautiful one that is coming up. Where those people who are no poverty line, that's what it's stated, no the poverty line. How do the poverty line is a big question. But they are going to use the so and the national. The state operation coordinating unit and the national social safety network coordinating offices. They are going to supply data that will enable us to know those who are below poverty line. And for you to qualify for that BGM, you have to be poor, one, then you must be less than 60 years to qualify, you must be 5 years and below, you must be pregnant, you must be maybe a income, or you are disabled. So those ones come for the priority that you have to support. So my argument is we should be patient. And I ask you that things get better time, but you don't want this to happen as fast as one. But I know that if the two laws, first 2014 and the 2022, are actually implemented the way they are, and corruption is due to the best minimum, this will be better.
Thank you very much. Of course, Madam, my question is the duplication between Lagos and Italy. I'm in Lagos. I have my own, I am living at registered national. Cover me with an anytime. I have to register again. That's question number one. The question number two is the technology driven thing. I know we now have data protection law. Right here, the data for my patients, data sheets. Am I vulnerable anytime?
Okay, thank you very much. Is there duplication anytime? No. There's no duplication. They expect you to have this recognize.
So if I register with anytime, I can bring it to the process.
No, you will not be treated under the rights. But you will be treated by a person. And we at Hcpan recognize the fact that you have a health insurance.
Okay, so
Now, sorry, now the emergency case, man gets knocked down, and you carry on the bicycle or motorcycle, and he has the FHI card registered. Get rushed because government hospital. What happens?
You'll be treated because all hospitals in Lagos are mandated, all right, to treat and provide first aid care. The most important thing is safe life. Right? So that's basic care. Given to all if you don't have an insurance card, it is part and parcel of the healthcare because you sure that coming to a facility, have a road traffic accident. First of all, they rely provide first aid. If that person cannot afford your service, then you refer to the next level of care the person can afford. So that's what there is no duplication between the Lagos State Health and the National Health Insurance Authority, those that have the NHIE. We recognize that there is a lot of federal government projects in Lagos State that have NHIE, and we see them as having health insurance. They will be counted as part of the people in Lagos State that have health insurance. There is no difference. The second one.
It's about the technology and let me put that the medical legal application of data.
Data, I'm very excited about that because the National Protection, Nigerian Protection Regulation Act, something all healthcare providers should embrace. Currently, at the moment, we have less than 10 hospitals that have certification and accreditation by the and they're coming for us. Now it's expected as for enrollees for any health insurance package, whether you are providing state health insurance or you're a HMO providing supplementary health insurance scheme, you must ensure that you have a clause in your contract with every employee that please note your provider will share your healthcare information with the insurance. All right. And we also, as an insurer, have an obligation to share that information with NHIE. If the enrollee does not sign that clause, you have no right whatsoever to share that. That is how
And I ask you a question concerning this medical legal issue data. A company sends to the patient
for annual medical tests. And along the line, the hospital realized, oh, this patient is HIV positive. Does the hospital share that information with the company without the knowledge of the patient? Or yes, the consent of the patient must be safe. Okay. Because he said the consent of the patient we share that information with the company.
The first thing to do when you get a result that the patient must first of all inform.
Yes.
All right. After informing the patient, inform the patient that there are two things. Has the company requested you share this information? Before you share it, you must have a signed authorization and consent from your patient allowing you to release that information to the company.
What about the insurance?
To the insurance, yes. You have a pre-signed contract that every information, so far you are coming on board this health insurance scheme, every information you are hereby going to share with your
information I believe providers need.
I think Hcpan needs to have a forum to teach providers about the National Protection Regulatory Act. It is deep. As I said, only 10 providers in Nigeria, I don't think up to 10, have that accreditation. And you have so many policies, so many guidelines that they must abide to. Every single contract, your staff must sign consent forms, your enrollees, your patients, even your contractors and vendors, you share data. You must have signed. You're sending medical reports. Are they encrypted? That's how deep it goes. You're sending medical investigation laboratory results to another hospital. Have you got approval? Share those information. So we need to be enlightened about what that act says about healthcare data. Thank you very much.
Well, I say, I'm not finished. And it has to do with the population of the release from your presentation later. And the same thing with the national, we are yet to get up to 20%. Although there are guidelines now that will help out, but there are still some loopholes there. And support the majority of the population. I'm talking about those who are not registered. When I mean those who are not registered, the artisans. The man who will not, for any reason, have the reason to get international passports or even the driver's license. How do we, Dr. Schmidt, also for you, how do we get those people on board? Because they are the people who are bothering people who need services. Yeah, hold on.
So that they don't have any, they are not in any form of engagement, they don't have any work. Maybe they are aged people or children that's why and has provided take care of their basic minimum healthcare, which is going to be paid for. All is going to be available, and I think talking about it's 1 million people. So these are people that are automatically be on board. Once you get themselves available for registration. So once they make themselves available for capturing and registration, so the movement implementation guidelines is released, the states are going to provide information data for those vulnerable groups in each state who are going to be registered, and the basic minimum healthcare services will be made available to them whenever the need arises. So that is something million out of, we are saying we have over 200 million Nigerians. So if it's something million people are being covered under the new NHI provision, so they will regularly make themselves
available, when they know that it is free, that the payment is being paid on their behalf, they are going to make themselves available. What is required here is massive sensitization and awareness creation by the state, telling those people to make themselves available. And of course, I think they can inspire those vulnerable people in Lagos. For instance, let's take Lagos for a case study. So they will make the needs available. And am I right? So the provision will be made through NHI to the states to provide for those services. Where we are saying that most healthcare facilities have business to do, just for them to show more interest. Yes, thank you.
So thank you. I think you should answer that question. Why do we have so low population of enrollees in Lagos? 22 million.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's still a lot of work for us to do. All right. Lashma is focusing on the grassroots because statistics reveal that the formal sector in Lagos State is less than 30% of the population. So we have a huge population, more than 60% of people that we have to work, and we're going to 20 local government and 57 LC, local government areas and LCP. All right, so we are targeting the grassroots. If you saw my presentation, I said we are engaging with independent field agents, people who live in the community, who know how to reach the community members and get them, educate them, enlighten them, and bring them on board. Second prompt to our strategy, engaging with providers. I also mentioned that providers are tried and trusted. Community members trust providers. So we need to also come on board, help us conscript more enrollees into our system. Can send us staff. You said you should nominate 2 or 3 staff in your facility who will be like sales agents or who have the information to be able to sell this scheme to your community members or to members of your community. Apart from that, we also have chaos. If you want us to come and put a Lashma chaos in front of your hospital, it's a small chaos. Any person who cannot pay for the service in your facility, say, go and buy a right. They have pay small, 1,000 per month. 2,000, you understand? So that's another way we're going to market. We're going to religious institutions. We're going to tertiary institutions. So we're reaching out and going through all the channels we can just to engage and bring on people in the formal sector, all right, at the grassroots level. Just as Madam said, just give us some time. It's now mandatory, all right? We'll be able to enforce it across, and we'll be able to raise the number of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we have members there that have questions to ask. For the first time, I'm Santosi. We are to answer questions, not to ask questions. So, somebody, 2 questions from we have a presentation after that.
So we need.
Santosi, you want to ask a question, but you want to give information. 2 questions, and then I think we have a presentation.
Thank you very much. I just want to share the video of more light of what Dr. Hcpan talked about. And to let you know that what the Lagos State, I want to believe any minute from now, and I say that with every sense of responsibility, we're actually going to start implementing the mandatory aspect of it. Madam Vice already talked about the fact that you can't do certain things. I think you can't do certain things. I'm telling you that any minute from now, we have government approval. You are probably not going to be able to do a whole lot of things in Lagos State if you don't have a health insurance plan. You are probably not even, we're also cascading this down even to the, starting with the public hospitals. If you walk into a public hospital and you don't have a health insurance plan, if it is not an emergency, you are going to be compelled to buy a health plan almost immediately. If it's an emergency, you will be treated, and then if you're an indigent person, we'll transfer you to the vulnerable group, and which the state government will be responsible for the insurance, for the payment of your insurance premium. Going down, we're engaging with various groups, communities, and all of that. But I think we're starting that from next week, and we're hoping that within a month, because I'll tell you one thing, we actually have a mandate to register about 1 million people between now and the end of the year. And we're really going to be very aggressive about that. So what we need now more than anything is the support of the providers. Because you see, the worst thing that can happen is you compel someone to do it, and then they go to the hospital and they don't get the kind of care that they are going to. Then they're going to come back and say that it's a scam. So we need the support of the providers. We need providers to be able to key in. Dr. Kuti or someone said, we have only 349. Yes, we have only 349 because we also have a lot of providers in Lagos who have not keyed in to this. Initially, we know that there were issues with the associations, but now that it's mandatory, we're inviting and we're appealing to providers, private providers, to come on board. As you can see from Dr. Jimaki's presentation, we've unbundled a lot of things in the capitation, and there's still more that is going on, so that your capitation is going to be very adequate. Oftentimes, you worry about the amount. In economics, there's something that is called real income and income. I can assure you that your capitation, your real capitation now is a lot more, you get a lot more value for it than what it was before now. Of course, we're also appealing to the HMOs through Dr. Shuni to also come on board so that, because, if you can imagine, for instance, we have all the people with private health insurance keyed into the mandatory. Today, we're looking at almost 2 million people automatically that will be coming on. So we're also, of course, talking to the HMOs and hoping that they're going to key. So I'm assuring you that on the Lagos State end, in another 1 month, you're going to see a whole lot of activities. And like Dr. has said, it's all about volume. It's all about volume. If we can, have, even in Lagos, we have about 10 million people, then we won't even be worrying so much about even the vulnerable funds like you have looked at. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Sanders, you want to have an input?
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we'll soon rank up. I will appeal to you to please wait. Questions, because this is the main thing that will come. And then we have Pfizer to present for 5 minutes. Questions are many, especially for the I thank God that Mr. Oshika came up. But I can assure States that if you want 2 million to be registered between now and next month, this is the only group that can do it. Right? And I said it earlier, best marketers are the providers. You cannot, a child cannot be born today and start working. That is what the request. You cannot want the best quality in this world. Quality of the right? Private hospitals, private clinics, private facilities have been all in Lagos for years. Who are the people who are taking? Who are the people that are taking? They are the poor and the poor and the poor. And they get satisfaction. If you include all the provider panel in your scheme today, you will have 3 years. But if you continue to hamper on saying this is quality, this is quality. We want to build a 2050 hospital that will come up. Now, in 2023, you won't get up to $1 billion in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The presentation can come up after the questions.
Please, the moderator give us opportunity right now. I welcome on board and do your presentation.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as we are waiting this is medium to recognize the presence of Dr. Bello, Civil Hospital, rightly informed by one of the foremost practitioners in the forefront of health insurance practice, and he left. Okay, let's put our hands together for him and since he was here, and we're happy.
Yeah, sounds good.
So let's put our hands together for Pfizer and to take us to their 10-minute presentation. Thank you.
You should wait.
Thank you very much, panelists and participants. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We actually have limited time, but as I was going through what I was listening to the question and answer, because we are here to present one of the partnerships that we have with National Health Insurance Authorities, which will give you as providers the opportunity to set costs, if I call it that. Now, we talked a lot about volumes, and we talked about quality. Now, managing this two for a provider is really difficult because we know that sometimes, the more patients you have, of course, the assumption is the more you will have extra because not everybody will present that. Now, what about medicines? The high quality you want to deliver, perhaps the more expensive the drug will become. And this makes some of the assumptions for some health authorities even believe you cannot really have innovative plans on the national formula. And in Nigeria, which I'm really excited because if I compare with what is happening across Ghana, Kenya, and the rest of Southern Africa, Nigeria actually stood out. In October 2022, there was another partnership with Roche on oncology. And it's usually like NHIA personnel, this is not like a promotion package. NHIA called us last 2 years, and we started having this engagement that is it possible to bring really innovative drugs sold in the US, UK, and everywhere into the formulary of national insurance in Nigeria? And we said yes. And can we make it available to all airways? Because these are two big issues. In fact, including it is easier than making it available because that is when you need the healthcare providers. You cannot do it even between Pfizer and NHIA. So we will do it. It needs to have the third party that is the healthcare providers. So we said yes. So we started based on public-private discussion to say what sort of guidelines can we do, what sort of framework for providers to get for hospitals and communities to make this drugs accessible to patients. And they came up with the medicine supply initiative. That's anybody from which has 3 pillars. One was the branding.
well taken. The increment in capitation, as we all know, capitation is a function of the premium, cannot go beyond the premium amount. And that is why that capitation can be expanded to the max. So we're also, just as the law says, actuarial studies every 3 years, we're also embarking on that. So hopefully once we're done, we'll be able to give you new information once we have our exam. Yes, engagement with how we can partner together with providers concerning power, very, very important. We're exploring the different NGOs at the moment who are working with donors outside the country. They're looking at providing solar energy to providers. All right, so we're looking at working with them, want to engage with them and see how we can support our providers through those donor agencies and NGOs to get access to such things available. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Number 2.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like panel panelists, English others, and panelists. I'd like to take you for my immediate past questions. One of the first questions I'll ask. I'll take it from the application. And the question I would like to ask is about premium. I assume I heard that the premium for Lagos was arrived at about 5 years ago when it was being proposed. How did Lashman arrive at 8,500? If what we heard that was done, that was proposed, was not 8,500, the reason for that is this: what IPP was asking in Naira and Kobo is, and we have rightly told us that the percentage of the premium that is derived from, if the premium that is currently being used, which between you and I is belated, if it was 5 years ago that was proposed, it makes a mess of the entire purpose of actuarial studies if and when they were done then and they are being implemented for effectiveness. Number 2, during the presentation, there was a lot of emphasis, 3 times I could speak about dental clinics. My name is Afolabi, president of Midyear. I am not sure I'm aware of the details from Lashman. My other, and I would like to get clarification from that. Sorry, the other part of it is 11% of healthcare coverage in Lagos have one form of insurance, or the other, like the NHIA lady, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, if from the figures Lashman gave us, about 2% to 3% of total of Lagos is covered. That means the bigger fishes in the market are the HMOs. How has the relationship with the HMOs, considering the fact that actuarial studies in quotes were carried out? How did we get, if I give you an example, we had a meeting in NECA last year with Dr. Kuti and Dr. Ayuba and others, and it was a week after diesel went from I think 300 and something to 800. And some of the calculations we made there is if the minimum of 25 kVA generators being used in the facility, and the facility like a dental facility like mine works for 24 days in a month. If I have the leader of the industry, which is the leader of the HMOs, the alpha amongst them, give me patients for 8 hours that I function for 24 days in a year, it was not possible for me to power a 50 kVA generator based on the empirical calculation of the money. So where are these actuarial studies that is now giving us 8,500 in a state like Lagos, when a state like Osun State, for example, has more than that in terms of what their capitation, what their premium
is considering the fact that with the current subsidy has gone, power has gone up, they are currently holding Dr. Dege's neck with respect to the HMO we provide that. And a little note from my constituency. Part of what I've heard from NHIA and Flashman, I be wrong, it's more about enforcement. When the president introduced the loan for students, I'm sure the essence of doing that is to provide money so that the schools will be paid properly to employ proper people effectively within the educational sector. If we don't do this in the health sector, it will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your feedback concerning your constituency, we would currently have quite a number of dental clinics registered on the scheme because we provide dental services. But if there's still some form of lack of awareness, can organize a meeting with your organization and enlighten people about what we have to offer dental clinics. Now, concerning enforcement and regulation, I will hand the mic over to consultant regulation, Mr. Hcpan. Actual studies, yes. 5 years back, we actually engaged an independent agency to help us work and calculate the premium. But if you remember, Zamara, yes, Zamara Consulting, Mr. J, when he presented, something caught my attention. Triangle with 3 parties. 1, the insurer, 2, the enrollee, and 3, the provider. And he said something that we have to be able, as an actuary, you have to be able to align the price in such a manner that you'll be able to satisfy at least the 3 parties. The 3 parties, it's difficult to satisfy the 3 parties. Am I correct?
Sure.
It is extremely difficult to satisfy the 3. And he also now mentioned something. He said in all the African countries, the pricing is also influenced by political forces. How many of us support that sentence? He mentioned pricing is also influenced by political forces because we have a huge base of people who cannot afford it goes very expensive. Saushka, I would like to give you the mic to add to that. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much. I think see, when you're saying enforcement, we said there are 29 million people, 26 million people. We know it is impossible to have 26 million people in the insurance. But I'm sure that there will be a world of difference if 10 million people are on an insurance. And what we're looking at is funding. We're going to, the intention is that you need to get more people on board. Of the people you're getting on board, as insurance is, insurance works on probability, which is what the actuaries will tell. It's on probability. If I have 20 million people, 10 million people insured, let me use that. If I have 10 million people insured, the number of people, and which is what the actuaries advise us, a certain percentage will go to the hospital. A certain percentage will never go to the hospital. A certain percentage will go for dental. So all of those things are the assumptions that are put there. And when you have all these clearly laid out in front of you, they assist in adjusting and making prices. You see, one of the things that over the years we have been finding as a challenge is the fact that we never look at the overall picture. We look at it from individual point of view. The first thing, I have people who collect capitation of hundreds of thousands on a monthly basis. Yet they will complain to you that the price of a reagent has gone up by this percent, and as such, that what you are paying them is not commensurate with what the price is in the market. Then you ask him, what about all these other ones that have been put in it? So, like Dr. Ejimaki said, it's going to be difficult to satisfy everybody. But what we're saying is, let's take those mini steps one at a time. Because what is key is, when we say enforcement, we're just trying to get many more people into the net. Many more people who otherwise would not have even bought insurance. Somebody asked the question, how many people in this room have insurance? Let's even leave health insurance aside. How many people have any form of insurance at all? There are very few people. So we need to continually try to increase the number of people, widen the nets, get more people on board, and then we will gradually get to where we are. That's what it is all about. Thank you.
Can we clap for him, please? The more the area, let's enlarge the food. Let what people come in. One person, let's come forward. Insurance has to do with number, numerical strength. Let's what people come in.
My question is actually the national official. I want to find out is registration for Lagos State Public Procurement Agency mandatory for someone to register with the label. But what I'm asking is because make attempt to register with the label, and we are asked to register with the FPP, and the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency. And the registration process is massive. You have to go to an house, and we directed to certain offices. Then after uploading documents on the portal, they will send it back and you to provide this and that. So I want to find out, is this really mandatory?
Thank you very much for that. Registration is public procurement. Please, you do not need to go there to register. There's a portal online. They have a website that do it from the confines of your home. However, if you have a challenge, please, we have a liaison officer. Mrs. Barry Joma, can you stand up? Stand up to provide that from an officer under her that can help you hold your hand and take the session. All right? The different prices of that water will show you the correct price. Because if you go and choose the price 500,000 naira, on your, we have had discussions with the agent. We know the price they're supposed to select. We have done it in such a way that minimal payments, all right, for all our suppliers. Okay, so please reach out to her. Her number, she will share her number. All right, but it's get that. All right. So that she can share her number. All right.
Okay, so let me speak to that PPA. Okay, so we have a provisional, we have an arrangement whereby the person can be provisionally empaneled, but the provider is expected to complete the registration within 6 months. And through this process, we need to have like a hand-holding, like guide you through every other process. Okay. Then my number, right? Okay, 080 803 13379. I'll take that again. 080 803 13379.
Thank you. Bukola Manager.
Thank you very much, everybody. One of the panelists.
Lashman.
Thank you very much. I would like to start to make a comment, not actually a question. I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Midyear, and I was part of the team that made a presentation to the late Professor Nico in 1995 that led to the health insurance and Canada. I was one of the authors of the original Health Insurance Act and Secretary General of the Hcpan. I'm also one of the authors of the Lagos State Health Act. So I think the room, I probably have more exposure to health insurance in Nigeria than anyone. I would like to sound a note of warning because I see dark clouds ahead. First of all, Lashman and the NHIA do not seem to be on one accord.
Exactly.
I have a letter that was written to one of the HMOs to say that any scheme that is not approved by the NHIA coming from Hcpan should not be cooperated. The government plans are being run at a loss because the actuarial calculations have not been done for a while. I would like to implore regulators to please carry out the necessary actuarial studies and to please agree on how we want to work together. Otherwise, there will be chaos. All of us here in this room are business people. We have invested money to become providers, and the money must return. Right? Ideally, government should be setting up its own hospitals and pricing tariffs as they wish. But if you are going to work with private people, it must be sustainable. I beg of you, madams, please, actuarial studies have to be done. These products must be correctly priced. And the national and NHIA should agree on how they want to work together. When elephants fight, it's the grass under their foot. The HMOs and the providers are the grass. Please, not come upon us. If you will, not too much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Yes, for you, in spite of my face. I remember it was a cross table from a few months ago. I was talking about hospitals and actuarial service. So I think that is a good thing. I want to bring everybody to this national.
No. I'm just presenting, showing a number.
Chairman, I know we're taking your time. We're supposed to be on this just 1 hour. Yeah, for thank you for giving us some time, the wealth of experience. Thank you very, very much. I hand over now. Yes, sir.
Thank you so very much. Can we clap for them, please?
And because we don't have an hour to discuss on that, 2 hours.
Thank you, sir.
So much. Please come on, then photograph. Do photograph, please.
Speakers and panelists. So we need people like this to bend slightly, bend slightly. We should bend slightly like this. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Professional, can you join us?
Professional group heads, please. Professional group heads.
You are needed in front. Everybody, hello, you have to show hello, what? Okay, so some people will sit down. All the chairs, yes, you do. Yeah, cool. Yes, because they are long. Everybody are long. Okay, so.
Okay. Okay.
Cover all of them. Okay, give.
Okay.
Exactly. So note all the Hcpan expo like this. Hey. I want to have a contact. So I was a non-profit, and I was wanting to